Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is the regularly called zoning meeting for August 19th at 5 o'clock. I'm calling this meeting to order, and we will have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Lundy.
Here.
Commissioner Durrett. Vice Chair Oster. Here. Commissioner Ward.
Here.
Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Here.
Madam Chair Hill.
Here.
Commissioner Lee. Here. Commissioner Beeler.
Here.
Commissioner Daly.
Here.
Commissioner Jay.
Here.
Commissioner Frazier.
Present.
11 members are present. Thank
You. In a highly unusual move, if you can all please bear with me, I am going to allow the first item, 1, to be read as a courtesy to our 911 director. Immediately following that, I am going to ask to suspend the rules because there was a group of AMR people here that attended the 3 o'clock meeting. They were on the regular commission meeting, and I was not made aware that they were here to present at our agenda review today instead of next week because they are all going to be gone. So as a courtesy to our fire technical rescue folks, all of them, I certainly don't want their trip to be for naught. So I hope that the commission can bear with me as we do this. Okay, we have been called to order. Stand for the pledge, please. Director Moyers.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to be made to the agenda in front of you? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve? Motion by Daly, second by Schoonmaker. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. May I have a motion, please, to approve the minutes of the previous meeting?
Jay.
Motion by Jay, second by Frazier. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We are also required, any person testifying on any zoning matter must be sworn in by our law director before giving testimony. So, Director Moyers, I turn this over to you.
All right, if you're here to address this body on any item on the agenda, if you're going to be speaking to this body for or against any item on the agenda, please stand and raise your right hand. If you think you'll be speaking to this body tonight. Is that everybody? All right, do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're going to give tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Be seated, please.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. You'll notice the next item on the agenda is public forum for agenda items only. As traditionally is our practice, instead of hearing everyone at the beginning, you will be called upon as your item, your agenda item is heard and discussed. So with no objection, Madam Chair, would you please go ahead and read item 1?
Item number 1, 7-A-24-SNC is a request of Brad Anders, Knox County Emergency Communications District, to change the street name of DeBusk Lane to Frontier House Lane between Kingston Pike and the northern terminus of DeBusk Lane, and this is Commission District 5.
Thank you. Your name and address, please.
Brad Anders, Knox County Emergency Communications District, 605 Bernard Avenue.
Thank you. Is there any opposition present to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks, would you read the recommendation, please?
Certainly. Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the name change of DeBusk Lane to Frontier House Lane as requested by the Knox County Emergency Communications District.
Thank you. Mr. Anders, would you like to speak to this change, please?
Yeah, real briefly, this is just cleaning up some of the duplicate street names that we've had. This name, DeBusk Lane, is shared in Powell as well as Farragut, and we were beginning to see some incorrect dispatching models for our first responders, and so we wanted to correct that. And this community was gracious enough to participate with the Planning Commission and pick a new name, which actually is the restaurant used to sit on the corner there was Frontier House, and so that's what they chose. So I appreciate the request and the approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the applicant or commissioners? Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the name change of DeBusk Lane to Frontier House Lane as requested by the Knox County Emergency Communications District.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Schoonmaker, second by Frazier. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Your motion carries. Thank you,
ma'am.
Mr.
Thank you for your
Anderson.
indulgence. Thank you.
You are more than welcome. At this point, I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules for, thank you, for AMR presentation. Is there, and I have an appropriate second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. And again, I apologize to you folks for the oversight. Mr. Parton, if you would like to come and open this discussion.
Good evening now. Kevin Parton, Knox County Health Department. As per the passage of the contract, our good friends at AMR agreed to come quarterly to provide an update to what's happened in the prior 3 months. As it has come up, Mr. Harnish has a short presentation to tell you all of the things that they've managed to accomplish.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Jerry Harnish for American Medical Response, 10140 Gallows Point Drive here in Knoxville. Happy to be with you this evening. Thank you for taking time. I know your evening is full. I am happy to go over a number of the results over the last quarter. I think the first part is contract compliance with on-time arrival. It has improved every month since the beginning of the contract. Consistently hitting 90% or above in all 3 zones starting in July. This is largely due to increase in staffing. We've added roughly 60 positions since the beginning of the contract, and that allows us to put significantly more ambulances on the road at any time of day. If you'll see that third graph, you can see that the number of units in July totaled 13,000 unit hours. That's approximately equal to 18 units on every day, 24 hours a day. We don't actually deploy them that way, but that's what it would break down to. The number of 911 calls has been relatively flat this summer. Transports have actually declined slightly, and that's because of the impact of Nurse Navigator and other innovative practices. If you can look at the following graph, you can see the impact of the nurse navigation. There was a huge spike in the winter, particularly during the winter storm in January. The number of people accepting an alternate then declined, but then it has increased again through the summer. This represents about 7 or 8 calls a day that are deferred through the nurse navigator. About half of those do end up being transported by ambulance, but the other half are pulled out of the emergency system and also out of hospital emergency departments. One of the big impacts certainly has been the application of a tiered response system. That's a system where we use paramedics and quick response vehicles and marry them with advanced EMTs. That allows us to put significantly more units on the road than if every ambulance had to be staffed with a paramedic. We do still have some challenges. We have still a disproportionate use of services in the Mission District, largely by people who find 911 to be the only access for primary care. And we are still dealing with our hospital partners about delays in the emergency department. What we would expect over the next quarter is certainly continued results like you've seen tonight. We know that emergency dispatching under the contract is supposed to transfer from us to 911. We would expect that to be done, if I understand Commissioner Anders correctly, around November. The Health Department has had a initiative led by Dr. Edwards to send engagement teams into the Mission District. I expect that to generate proposals that will improve care for the residents there and reduce the use of emergency ambulances. I think that's what I have for you this evening. Do any of you have any questions?
I see no lights. Commissioner Daly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, the Mission District, of course, is your large volume of calls. Does KFD help you out at all, which has been in the city, if you get an emergency call there? Do they respond?
They do, sir, and significantly. Now, there are certain classes of calls that they would prefer not to respond to, which are lower acuity calls, and I certainly understand that. They have been very much participating in the task force that Dr. Edwards is leading. They have actually sent paramedics along with our paramedics to join the engagement teams, and that's been most useful. So, like all of us, they struggle with service delivery, but I have no complaint in that department.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Harnish, can you explain the third bullet point a little bit more? In the last discussion we had when we were kind of knee-deep in the contract, it was my understanding that a lot of the wall time wait discussion, AMR has a policy of not leaving until that, they have a policy that keeps them longer at the hospital versus other ambulance services and even hospital arrangements, and that had been explored. Is that what the third bullet point is?
The third bullet point, Commissioner, refers mainly to nurse navigation, an attempt to divert patients from going to the emergency department in the first place. We're having a continual dialogue with our hospital partners about what can be done to offload the ambulances more quickly. Honestly, if we simply left the patients there, then that stresses the hospital staff. So,
is there any discussion within AMR to change that policy? Because as long as you're providing it, the hospitals are going to keep you there.
We have had a discussion. I think we're trying to avoid a situation where we simply unload patients into a cot in the hall and tell the hospital just to deal with it. We don't see how that helps patient care. At the same time, we're the agency that you hold accountable for arrival times, and so it's not in the community's interest to tie ambulances up for an inordinate amount of time at the hospital.
It seems like there's got to be a middle ground, and we've been discussing it for almost a year. At some point, I would hope that, because it seems to be the thing that is constantly pointed to of, but the hospital wait times, but the hospital wait times, but the hospital wait times. And if it doesn't change and we're here 3 years from now and we're talking about the hospital wait times, then, shame on all of us. So
I don't disagree. We do have a session scheduled for them, representatives from each hospital system and the health department tomorrow morning. With any effort whatsoever, we should get some traction.
Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of the 6 hospitals that we have in Knox County, what 2 hospitals have reduced their wait time or wall times for your operations the most?
That's a good question, Commissioner, and I don't know that I have that. I do know that we tend to have the quickest times at the hospitals that are receiving the fewest patients. So we have quicker offload times at Tenova North and Turkey Creek. And it is roughly proportionate to what percent of the emergency patients they're receiving. So the hospital receives more patients, it fights more with the issue of getting the ambulances offloaded.
Okay, so both Tennova hospitals.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to first say thank you to AMR for the tremendous efforts that you're putting into place, and also for the constant communication, regular communication with me. You know, when we were reviewing this contract, I was probably one of the harshest critics. But in that, I also said that I wanted to be part of the solution, and I've stuck to my word, and I've been listening, cheering you on. There are several things that I have attributed to the progress that we're seeing. I was hoping that maybe speak to those just a little bit, talk about the recruiting, the staffing, the staging, the regular meeting that you all are having, that Steve Hamby is organizing with the area partnerships, talk about your relationship with KFD. I mean, there's been a lot of things that have transpired over the last 3 months that have really moved this organization and these efforts in the right direction. And I know that you all are continuing to move in that direction. So if you'll just speak to those things that got you here.
Yeah, I'll do my best to be concise. So your point is well taken. This is not something where AMR, any single agency, has tipped the good news, right? This has been participation by a number of agencies. So Mr. Hamby has taken the lead in making sure that not only is there a monthly meeting of all agencies engaged in emergency medical care, but we also have a meeting with him every week to discuss what's going on with deployment and what needs to be taken as the next step. That's certainly been very useful. With KFD, we meet with them periodically and on more than one issue. So, you know, the Mission District I've mentioned previously, obviously they're concerned about that because it's within their jurisdiction. But they've also been concerned about how do we organize for multiple casualty incidents, for instance. And so, you know, we would expect those discussions to get drilled deeper as time goes on.
And also, I would just like to say to my colleagues, I think we're at a place, to Commissioner Jay's point, that, as he mentioned, my years in healthcare taught me that if you allow the healthcare system to, or if you fix the problems of the healthcare system, they will let you for as long as you'll do it. And I think we're at a place where it might do some good for us to make some phone calls to our hospital partners and just encourage them to work on any efforts that they can to decrease these wait times. I just think it's time that maybe we step up and make some of those calls. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Are there any of your colleagues that would like to come forward? I notice you have a support crew here.
They're shy.
They're shy. All right. All right. Well, seeing no others, thank you so much. I am encouraged about the things that we are hearing, and sometimes we tend to emphasize the bad instead of the good, and I'm very, very pleased to hear how things are finally coming together and beginning to turn around. So thank you all. Thank you all for your hard work. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Commissioners, I appreciate your indulgence in this. I am now going to reconvene the zoning portion of this meeting. So we are now officially in session. Madam Clerk, if you'd read the next item.
Item number 2, 7-A-24-RZ is a request of Magnolia Capital Group, LLC, for rezoning from PR Planned Residential up to 3 dwelling units per acre to PR Planned Residential up to 7 dwelling units per acre. Property is located at 0 East Governor John Sevier Highway, parcel ID 125-00508 in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Hi, if you give us your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Tracy Claiborne at 14909 Rutledge Pike, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37924.
Thank you. Is there any opposition present to this? I noticed that there was a speaker that had signed up. Yes, I did. I did see Mr. Fox. I'm contemplating, if you will, the way to be most fair with all of our public speakers that have signed up. Because there are quite a few tonight, as you can imagine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, both of them. Because they're side by side.
All right, thank you. I will, if you will go ahead and address your project, please, and let us hear from you on that. I'd be happy to give you 5 minutes to address this. Yes, we certainly can. We certainly can. I was debating that for a moment too on this one, but thank you. Yes, go ahead, Director Brooks, if you would read the recommendation, please, made by Planning.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan residential zone up to 7 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development, subject to 2 conditions by a vote of 13-0 on consent.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. You may address the body, sir.
I have a preliminary survey already on the property, dividing it into 2 lots to create 2 houses that we wish to build on it. Originally, there was 2 houses on that property, 1508 and 1510. They were very dilapidated, and so we chose to tear them down.
Excuse me, Madam
sir.
Chair, this is the wrong case.
Yes, it is. It is. This is Magnolia Capital Group. Is that you, sir?
No.
No, I think that I think you were misled when you were asked to step up. I apologize, sir. If you'd have a seat. Yes, sir.
Yours is next. You raised your hand, and I motioned you to come up because you said you were Magnolia, so.
Sorry, sir. All right. We are addressing 7A24RZ. Is the applicant, anyone from Magnolia Capital Group here to address this item? All right, I see no one, so we'll move it to the end of the agenda. Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 3, 7-B-24-RZ is a request of R. Tracy Claiborne for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential, property located at 1508 and 1510 Osborne Road, parcel ID 084007 in the 8th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Please come forward, sir. I apologize about that. And if you would repeat again your name and address, sir?
Tracy Claiborne, 14909 Rutledge Pike, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37924.
All right, thank you. Is there any opposition that would like to speak toward this? Seeing none, if you would read the recommendation, please. Commissioner Brooks, or Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development in the area by a vote of 13-0 on consent.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll turn this over to District Commission 9,
Madam Chair, I had a question.
or 8, I'm sorry. Sorry, Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question for Director Snowden. When looking at this, Osborne Road is a major collector that's 15 feet wide. Is this something that you would require that the applicant widen?
I don't believe so. As Mr. Claiborne indicated previously, there used to be 2 structures on this, so if his intention is just to subdivide the parcel and put 2 homes, the trips that were there probably are going to be negligible, I would imagine.
Thank you very much.
All right. Seeing no other lights, Commissioner Beeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move for approval of this rezoning per the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve on the floor by Commissioner Beeler, second by Frazier. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Your motion carries, sir. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Item number 4, 7-F-24-RZ is a request of Marvin F. Webb for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential, property located at 206 and 208 Gardner Lane, parcel ID 046229 in the 7th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for this project? Come forward, sir. You give us your name and address, please?
David Webb, 206 Gardner Lane, Powell, 37849.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Is there any opposition present? Seeing none, Director Brooks, the recommendation?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the surrounding development and the Knox County Comprehensive Plan by a vote of 13-0 on consent.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions? Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Mr. Webb, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Director Snowden had a question on this one as well. The staff report says that road improvements may be needed. It looks like Gardner Lane is a local street about 14 feet wide, and then it gets to like 16, 17 feet wide. I know we're really trying to move towards a 20-foot standard. Because he's only wanting to build 14 to 16 lots, would we need to widen the road there?
This is one, I think we could maybe work with the applicant during concept phase. It's really wide as you turn off a high school, and then the further north you go, it just keeps narrower, narrower, narrower. I mean, I think we'd like to, that very end section back there, the last couple hundred feet's about 14 feet wide. I think that's really, you can't pass, 2 cars can't pass there. So we'd like to see maybe that brought to 16 to 17 feet to allow for, 2 cars to pass without one getting off the side of the road. But that's something that, we can work with the applicant on as part of the concept plan if you would like for us to. But yes, that would be my recommendation.
Then I would just like to ask the district commissioner to consider that as a condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Jay.
I just wanted to ask Commissioner, thank you, Madam Chair, just ask Commissioner Frazier for clarification because I don't think we can condition just working with them during concept phase. Don't they do that anyway?
You actually can include it as a condition. You can just simply state that the applicant agrees to work with county engineering to widen the narrow section from 14 to 16 feet, and that way it codifies our motion, and it helps engineering be able to execute and follow through.
Okay, just again, clarification, do you have a specific section or how long or how much? I mean, is it
open-ended? You can state in the condition that it would be determined by engineering and public works.
Okay, all right.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll turn this over to Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Webb, what exactly are you going to put on this project?
This is just going to be 2 single-family homes for children that already live on this road.
Okay, so just 2 homes?
2 homes is all that's going their family. Okay. And then they're already there, so the traffic's already there as well.
Okay. I would like to make a motion, Madam Chair. I'd make a motion to approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the surrounding development and Knox County Comprehensive Plan with the condition that you would work with the county on widening that 16 to 17 foot. That would be my motion.
All right. We have a appropriate motion. I think it's an appropriate motion and second on the floor. Motion by Lee, second by Frazier. I do have a question to address to Mr. Snowden. Is this specific enough for your needs, this condition?
It is, and depending off the applicant is just, adding, much like that other case, if there's just one or two lots getting added that are already there, we necessarily don't want to put a hardship on them, but we were thinking there might be potentially more lots there. But yes, this condition would allow for us to make that determination at the concept stage.
Excellent. All right. Seeing Commissioner Ward?
I'll just ask the law directors that give engineering enough leeway to not force them into it for two houses that are just for residents that are already there.
Well, yeah, I mean, as Director Snowden said, they're gonna look at it and determine whether or not anything is really necessary here. So, yeah.
Should just stay at engineering's purview or?
Sure. I mean, yeah, and there are statutes that we have to work with that don't allow you just to take property from people if it's not justified by the development. So if this was going to be 100 lots, that's a very different situation.
Yeah, it's different, but two houses for people that already live there, it's, you're asking for another 50, 100 grand to widen a road.
Exactly.
It's a lot to.
I think that all these things have to be approached reasonably.
In theory, it could be two trailers. You put, well, not trailers, but I don't know what the zoning is there, but yeah, okay.
All right. Well, it sounds like we have clarification on that. We have a proper motion and second on the floor. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Your motion carries. Good luck with your project, sir.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Item number 5, 7-H-24-RZ, request of Ralph Smith for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential, property located at 2101, 2103, and 2105 Rosewood Road, parcel ID 060DA00201, 003, and 004 in the 8th Commission District.
Thank you. You are the applicant?
Yes, ma'am.
And your name and address, please?
Ralph Smith, 205 Lamar Avenue, Clinton.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Is there any opposition present? Seeing none, Director Brooks, if you'd read the recommendation.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project, sir?
Not unless anybody's got a question.
All right. Commissioners? I'm seeing no lights. Commissioner Beeler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions. I just have one reservation. Ralph, I think you wear that shirt on purpose every time you appear before this body, But begrudgingly, I will make a motion that we approve this rezoning per planning recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Motion to approve by Beeler, second by Ward. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Your motion carries. Good luck on your project.
Item number 6, 7-L-24-RZ is a request of John Candell for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential, property located at 309 Highland View Drive, parcel ID 150BA003 in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Your name and address, please.
April Candell, 313 Highland View Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37920.
Thank you. Is there any opposition present to speak to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks, the recommendation.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Seeing no lights, I'll turn this over to Commissioner Daly.
Thank you, Ms. Candell, for being here. You live on Highland View Road. That's a nice lot you got there. Very pretty. I guess you're going to separate it in two lots.
Yes, for our boys, or a couple of our boys. We have a few, but.
I would do the same. I would do the same thing. I want to make a motion that we approve per planning's recommendation.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Daly, second by Schoonmaker. Any further discussion? Motion is to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Your motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next item.
Item number 7-M-24-RZ is a request of Priyanka Patel for rezoning from A Agricultural to CA General Business, property located at 8529 Asheville Highway, parcel ID 062211 in the 8th Commission District.
Thank you. Would you give us your name and address, please?
My name is Priyanka Patel and my address is 8529 Asheville Highway, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37914.
Thank you. Pull the mic down a little bit if you would. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Did you get that? All right. Is there any opposition present for this project?
Put in the convenience store.
Nahi putta laga opinion pucha.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Seeing none, Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the CA General Commercial Zone because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What use are you going to use this commercial property for?
I make a convenience store with restaurant.
I'm sorry, a what?
Convenience store.
Convenience store?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's not going to be a Dollar General or something like that?
No, no,
Okay.
no.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You got a problem?
Well, that was, yeah.
It's okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Frazier?
That was my question too. It's less than let's see, it's 9,600 square feet. With the intended use, Director Brooks, Director Snowden, is that enough space for that use? And then also, is access to this parcel restricted to right in and right out? And if so, how will that impact the project?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't remember if it's Molly Bright, no, it's Cedar Ridge Road's right there. Yeah, it would be right in, right out for sure. They cannot get to the median, and the state wouldn't allow that median to be adjusted. I think we've talked to the state about that also. So as far as it will be a challenge to get anything, of significant size on the property with the setbacks. But I mean, maybe in a creative way you can, but yes, the right in, right out would be required due to the median placement along Asheville Highway.
And you all are aware of that, correct? That you know that it's right. Okay, that's all.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Beeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the questions, Commissioner Frazier. That was my concern too. I don't have a problem with the zoning. The size was just, I was wondering if you could do anything with it, but I will make a motion to approve this rezoning to CA per Planning Commission's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve by Beeler, second by Frazier. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Your motion carries.
Thank
Good luck
you.
with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next item.
Item number 8, 7-U-24-RZ is a request of Masana Investments LLC for rezoning from A Agricultural NTO Technology Overlay to PR Planned Residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre NTO Technology Overlay. Property located at 3239 George Light Road, parcel ID 089166 in the 6th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Hello. I need someone to introduce themselves, please, and your address.
Yeah, Scott Davis, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville 37939. He had his umbrella in my seat, so I had to get that removed first.
Understood. Is there any opposition present to this project? Seeing none, Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve PR Plan Residential up to 5 dwellings per acre, subject to one condition, The applicant will widen George Light Road to 20 feet, including the final asphalt surface and striping along the entirety of the property's frontage, and south to Beaver Glade Lane prior to recording the plat.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions or comments? Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Brooks, the staff recommendation was PR with up to 3 dwelling units per acre, because that was what was consistent with the county comprehensive plan. So how did we make the leap to 5 units?
Up to 5 is allowed to be considered. This case was reviewed by the TTCDA prior to the Planning Commission, and so they recommended up to 5 with the condition that I read into the record.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, being my district, I'll make a motion that we approve as recommended by Planning Commission. A motion on the floor by Hill, second by Beeler. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Your motion carries.
All right, thank y'all for your time.
Next item, please.
Item number 9, 7-W-24-RZ is a request of Thunder Mountain Properties for rezoning from A agricultural to PR planned residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre. Property located at 8802 and 8744 Sevierville Pike, parcel ID 138270104, part of in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919.
Thank you. Is there any opposition present? All right. We do have opposition on this. Commissioner Brooks, would you please go ahead and read the recommendation?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan Residential Zone up to 5 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development, subject to 2 conditions.
All right, thank you. I will initially give you 5 minutes, please, to speak to this project, and then we'll call an opposition.
Again, Taylor Forrester, here on behalf of the property owner, Thunder Mountain Properties, for the requested rezoning to plan residential at a density of up to 5 dwelling units per acre. The property is located within the planned growth area under the growth policy plan, which contemplates the requested rezoning of planned residential at the requested density of 5 dwelling units per acre. It's consistent that the land use designation for the property is suburban residential. That is consistent with the rezoning request. It's considered a related zoning or partially related zoning under the comprehensive land use plan. There's been recent developments and rezonings in the immediate vicinity. There's 117 lot townhome development with a density calculating an actual density of 9.46 dwelling units an acre along Chapman Highway. Rezoning planned residential at 5 dwelling units an acre on the west side of Chapman Highway, and as well as a rezoning to CA General Commercial on the same property on the frontage along West Chapman Highway. This area has, there's been improvements by TDOT to the infrastructure in this area, including the widening of Chapman Highway from the county line to Highland View Drive, which now includes a middle turn lane. There's also a realignment to Simpson Road and Sevierville Pike intersection. The planned residential zoning with the recommended conditions and required development plan review is compatible with the current zoning on the adjacent sites. We'd ask that you approve the rezoning of planned residential at 5 dwelling units an acre, subject to the 2 conditions required by Planning Commission, or recommended by Planning Commission and the staff report. Thanks.
Thank you. On this item, there are 3 people signed up in opposition. I know Mr. Fox is here. Is Ms. Close here? Thank you. And is Margie Grace here? All right. In an effort to allow all three of you to speak, if you could please keep your marks to about 2 minutes each, that would be greatly appreciated. Mr. Fox, if you could come forward and. All right, all right. Ms. Close? Oh,
But while she gets up here, I have remarks on all three items, and
all
I
right.
think the other ones have remarks on specific parts, but I kind of wanted to combine everything.
All right, Mr. Sanders, I will also give you a chance to speak, certainly. Your
Hi.
name and address, please.
Dawn Close, resident of Sevierville Pike, just down the street from this development. You know, we've had a lot of development in our area, a lot of requests for development, and this particular property is right in the center of Dry Hollow, and our community has made it very clear, we don't want this kind of density. That's our real issue. We don't mind some development, but this really is right in the heart of our community. Having 5 houses per acre, when what's consistent in our community is 1 house per 2 acres. So this is quite a jump, and it just doesn't seem like it's in fitting with what's going on in our community. The road is also only a 14-foot road, and the plan is to put 120 units on that road. That just seems nuts to me. The other thing that's of big concern is on the map, it does not show a couple of things, couple of features on this property. One is a pond, and the other is an ephemeral stream. And that's not on any of the maps. We feel very strongly that a stream determination should be required before any votes happen on this property. I don't think that we can make a good determination on how many houses per acre if we don't really have the facts about the water that's on this property. Currently, now too, with all the grading that's gone on at Bowers Field, this little road, about 40 foot of it, every time it rains, it floods and there's just mass mud across the road for 40 feet. So something's going on with currently with the drainage being caused by Bower Field. We just really feel like we just want to kind of do a pause, do a better evaluation of what's going on here with this land as it relates to water in our community.
If you could kindly wrap up, please.
I will. I just want to reiterate, our community wants to stay rural. We're clear that the developers don't want us to stay rural, but we think that we should have some say in this matter. Our property rights should be respected as well. And there's way more of us than there are of those 2 developers that are not from our community. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Ms. Grace? Margie Grace, would you like to address this? No, I will yield since others have gone. All right, then. Mr. Sanders, would you like to share your comments?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. As Ms. Close.
Hold on, I will give him 3 minutes since Ms. Close, the others yielded. Go ahead, sir.
And I really have comments on all 3 items. So if we can combine those into one, I think we might get off a little bit easier even then, rather than have each person get up and speak for 2 minutes on each item.
Mr. Forster, do you have any objection if I extend his time since he's speaking to all of these that I believe you represent? I will give you a moment for rebuttal.
I guess, are you referring to
There's 3 items. There's the plan.
for the Bower Field as well?
Yeah.
And if he wants to go ahead and address them, I'd rather address them in order because they are 2 separate distinct properties with separate distinct requests.
All right?
Okay, that's fine.
All right, and that's very fair. So, Mr. Sanders, I'll have to kind of ask you, try to restrict it to,
To Evans Road, right,
Yes.
sure. So, sure, as Ms. Close iterated, and Daniel Sanders, 920 Volunteer Landing, 37915, I'm here on behalf of members of the community. If you're here tonight, please stand up. I don't think you've been recognized by the commission. So we do have members of the community, and I think that's sort of a war of attrition here. They've been down here numerous times on behalf of numerous items, and that's part of the objection that we've got going on here. One of the objections is the cumulative effect of development in this area is having an outsized impact on transportation and other infrastructure. I think you know that there's property that's been rezoned around Valgrove Road. You've got numerous properties on the other side of Chapman Highway that funnel to this area, and now we are developing or requesting to develop the area around Bowers Field, Evans Road, and this sort of hilly area right there to the north and west of Evans Road. The community doesn't think the commission has had time to consider the cumulative effect of this development on the area. Evans Road is a narrow road. Sevierville Pike in this area is a narrow road. You find members of the community that avoid Chapman Highway at all costs. We know that it's one of the more dangerous roads in the state. So traffic in this area is going to find the path of least resistance, and at this point, it may not be Chapman Highway, even with the improvements that have been made to Chapman Highway. Some of that's going to funnel to Sevierville Pike and make its way to Knoxville. We think that those areas are dangerous. So I guess to reiterate on this item, things that Ms. Close requested, there's not been enough time. We're requesting that the commission postpone this and delay this vote. The requests are a forensic traffic study that includes all residential and commercial areas proposed to be built or approved with special attention to Chapman Highway and Evans Road and Sevierville Pike, the cumulative effect on these areas, a noise and light pollution study for the new ball field, particularly given location adjacent to a residential area, and an independent evaluation by an engineer and hydrologist to assess the suitability of this area for development. Without these studies and a detailed funding plan for the moving of the ballpark, it's just not physically responsible to proceed. And from a land use economics standpoint, you know you're getting close to breaking even at 5 dwelling units per acre, but you really don't break even on a development until it gets up into the 6, 7, 8 dwelling units per acre from a land use economics perspective. And being so far out in the county, almost to the county line with Sevier County, you're really a losing proposition for this type of development in this area, and we would ask the commission to postpone this or deny the request. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you all for being here very much. Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions or comments about, Mr. Fox, did you, all right, I thought I understood you to yield. I can give you about a minute, please, sir.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Madam
Chair,
hold on.
Commissioners.
Did you get sworn in?
I did not get sworn in.
Oh, all right, he must have arrived.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Thank you. Just about a minute, please.
Yes. Well, Madam Chair and Commissioners, to echo somewhat what Mr. Sanders had to say, I oppose the density of this development. I don't oppose the development itself, but the density recommended by the commission. And someone may well say, well, Mr. Fox, you live in a development that is 4 units per acre, approximately 3 to 4 units per acre. And I say, yes, but that development was built 20 to 30 years ago, and that was a time when infrastructure and resources were not as old and not as stretched, and the overall density of the population of the county was lower. We live in different times now, and that requires different approaches. So, and I think, as Mr. Sanders pointed out, the cumulative effect not only of this development in this one area, but throughout the county as well, requires stepping back and rethinking how things have been done. I don't think that development, as it has taken place over the past decades, can continue in its current way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I offer my comments on this request, I just wanted to quickly acknowledge a couple of things. As stated, there's been a lot of activity and attention on South Knoxville recently as a result of numerous rezoning requests and a lot of land speculation. We all know land use is emotional, and it's emotional for a number of reasons. One, it's usually a person's or even a community's greatest asset. Another reason is that landscapes and places, they hold memories and beauty. So it shouldn't be surprising to anyone when month after month, this community was seeing rezoning requests, plan amendment requests, inclusive of one of those zoning requests, including a community ball field, that it raised some concerns. And so I want to acknowledge that I feel like their concerns are valid, given there have been quite a few requests in your communities. I also want to thank Robert Campbell and the folks at Thunder Mountain and their counsel, Taylor Forster. They have met with me numerous times. They've taken all of my questions, all of my calls. They've even allowed me to bring a few of the community members and talk with them through some of their concerns and also hear their vision and then also consider some of my recommendations. I think as Mr. Sanders said, it is kind of difficult to talk about one request without referencing some of the other related parcels. So Senior Director Moyers, I have talked to the applicant and they are agreeable to some of my recommendations that involve all of the parcels. I don't know how to really address that or to share with the body what those are. I can go ahead and talk about some of the things that pertain to this parcel individually first, if you would like me to do that. So given this parcel, so in this area, I feel like the ag zoning is appropriate, and I feel that it conforms to existing development in scale at 2 units per acre in the planned growth area. So I can't support anything higher. I also have concerns about Evans Road ability to support the 1,100 average daily vehicle trips at 5 units per acre. I would like to see a third condition made on this request to widen Evans Road to 20 feet, including the final asphalt surface and striping along the entirety of the property's frontage prior to recording the plat. Additionally, 13.5 acres of this parcel is on the hillside. I would like to amend the second condition to read, land disturbance within the hillside protection area shall not exceed the recommended disturbance budget of the slope analysis, and then delete all language following. So those are my comments pertaining to this individual parcel.
All right, thank you. Mr. Schoonmaker, Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Forster.
Yes, sir.
Can you take just a minute and kind of walk me through the adjoining parcels that we have taken action on in the past? There's some to the west and north and the other side of the street as well.
The Thunder
Can
Mountain.
you just kind of refresh my memory?
The Thunder Mountain properties.
Yes, sir.
So the northeast corner of the highlighted parcel, if you go across Sevierville Pike,
Okay.
the flat area, that was the one maybe 3 years ago, 2022,
Okay.
2021.
And that was like quite a few acres?
Yes, it was a total of there was a 159 acre tract where we had the 2.9 units or 3 units on the lower 64, and then a reduced density on the upper portion.
Gotcha. Okay. And then,
and then across Chapman, if you see where the current Bauer Field location is,
yes,
kind of right at the M, right across. Well, let me get my bearings.
Laser pointer.
Yes, that's the tract. That tract, there. That was in January or February of this year.
Okay.
That was a rezoning, the front portion to a sector plan amendment to mixed use special district with a CA rezoning. And then the rear portion was to LDR and PR at 5 units an acre.
Okay. So you did get a 5 units per acre on that parcel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the only parcels so far that Thunder Properties has?
Yes, sir. Those are the
Thunder
rezonings.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Oh, yeah, the
or-
one behind the ball field, correct, yes, the 3 units an acre. On the rear portion, we did that, that was in June, I believe, June or July. Thank you.
Thank you, and also I appreciate very much the efforts with our map. Thank you, Drusilla, for doing that. And I would hope that next month, perhaps we could get a pointer or something. It would make it much easier also when they're referring to a specific point on the map. So just for future use. Commissioners, are there any other comments or questions regarding this? Seeing none, Commissioner Daly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is all this you see there is part of a huge rezoning complex that are planned that needs to be, Mr. Campbell, Robert Campbell, and Thunder Mountain wants to do a one unit plan for that the community can come together and say, hey, yes, this is what we want, this is what we need. All these tracts around it have been rezoned already to residential. This is the last tract there that needs to be residential. The ones to our left is already rezoned. The ones across the street are already rezoned. One across the highway is already rezoned, and they are rezoned at 5 per acre on the north side of Chapman Highway. The ridgetop hilltop comes into play, correct, Director Brooks? It doesn't matter if the zoning is up to 5, it's what the ridgetop hilltop says they can have. Is that correct?
Can you restate that, Commissioner?
With the ridgetop hilltop protection plan and the units that are available, it doesn't matter if we approve up to 5 units per acre. When it comes to the concept plan, they can only put so many there.
It depends on the condition. So the Hillside and Ridgetop Plan is an advisory document. It can help inform conditions, but it's not regulatory.
I think that's not one of the conditions.
It is, that's why I
It is one of the
suggested-
conditions, so it's limited. So it could, even at 5, it's limited to, like Commissioner Frazier says, you could only it may end up only being 3.
That's dependent on the development plan that they submit.
Yes. Yes, there is a pond and stream there, and I think that Mr. Campbell, I think that will, if you would come to the podium, if you don't mind.
Robert Campbell, 7523 Taggart Lane.
The pond and stream, when it comes to the development plan, the concept plan, and the overall plan, has to be in play. It has to be done environmentally.
Correct.
Everything has to follow. The pond up there, it's not a large pond, but I would think that the pond would probably stay at that time. It's a catch basin, it's a catch pond too, is what it is.
And it just depends. You're exactly right. So pond streams and all those, we have an evaluation done by a third party. The third party then takes that evaluation to TDEC. TDEC either concurs or they disagree with that evaluation. And you then know whether it's a blue line stream or it's a wet weather conveyance. At that time, then you set buffers based on what that TDEC concurrence is. So we don't know the answer to that yet. Typically, that question is asked during a concept plan evaluation when we start putting units on the property to see how that works.
That was my next question. That's usually done at concept. That's not done prior to a rezoning.
Correct, yes, sir.
Mr. Snowden, do you agree that this should be done at concept plan?
That is correct. Once we get kind of the impacts that the engineer may suggest, that's the appropriate time for us to look at that.
What is the width of Sevierville Pike, Mr. Snowden?
I'm sorry, repeat the question, I'm sorry.
The width of Sevierville Pike.
I haven't measured it just personally, but it looks like from what I'm seeing, it's got center line and edge line on it. So I would say it varies probably at its narrowest 18, but it looks like there may be some spots that are 20 foot wide. So between around 19 feet to 20 feet, I would imagine would be a fair assessment.
And that's a pretty wide road for standards.
That is correct. A lot of our roads aren't that wide. That is, I think it's a major collector at that point. So, yes, it would be one of our better roads in that community.
At concept plan, Madam Chair, would you keep them in order?
Just please continue.
At concept plan, if it's necessary to widen Evans Road, that will be determined at that time. Is that not correct?
Correct. If they propose access on Evans Road, its existing width is not sufficient, so they would need to widen the entirety of that to their entrances if proposed on Evans Road.
Thank you. To have a good comprehensive use plan for the whole area, that's including the ball field, that's including across the road, that's include, it's not in, well, it can include the 107 acres that was generously donated by Thunder Mountain. The ballpark, 20 acres, the 107 acres of the ridge that was going to have 6,000 homes on it. That is all, it's in a conservation easement. It will never be touched for eternity. Unless God touches it, it'll never be touched. So the right of the Val Grove Road, that ridge top, it's going to be nothing. It's a conservation easement. The mound you see there will be a ballpark residential all the way around it to commercial. This is what we want. This is what we need. This is what we need as far as the actual advanced Knox, the comprehensive land use plan. This is what we looked at. This is what the Knox Planning, Knox County, the city of Knoxville, town of Farragut, and the state of Tennessee all agreed upon, was this type of use plan. And this is what, this is part of a larger plan. So I think planning has got it right. Up to it does, back to the 5 acres. The 5 acres are 5 units per acre. It won't come out to 5 units per acre because of the ridgetop hilltop protection plan. So I see Commissioner Frazier's lights on. I'll yield to her.
Well, I was first.
Thank you.
Hold on, I think that Commissioner Schoonmaker was first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Mr. Forrester, I just need to make sure I have this. All these parcels that you guys have been working on the last few years, this is going to be as one package deal with one development plan. Is that basically correct?
Yes, we'll create a master development plan. Need to have the zoning in place so that when we're trying to lay something out, we know what obviously can go there, what's allowed there, whether it's commercial, whether it's a residential type of density, account for the infrastructure, the access points, any studies that go along with that.
Okay, and then approximately how many total acres would all these parcels come to? Just round figure.
300.
Okay. All right, and are you planning to add any additional parcels on down the road? Or is this basically, is it done deal now, the number of parcels you're currently under consideration?
Right, I think that's the entirety of the ownership interest.
Okay, and then Commissioner Daley brought up a point that I had kind of forgotten about. Thunder Mountain Properties did make a 100-plus acre donation to, did that go to Knox County or to Legacy Parks? Who did that?
It was,
Or was that in just a conservation easement?
It wasn't a conservation, it was deeded, warranty deed outright to Legacy Parks.
Okay, okay. So they took approximately, say, 25% of their land and gave it to Legacy Parks?
Correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just remind the body, you really can't consider land donations during a rezoning request application.
I understand that, but the thing is, they went and did it where most developers do not do that. We never get a developer that donates land on a rezoning to Legacy Parks, for the record.
Just wanted to.
Please be considerate of commissioners speaking, please.
Just wanted to address a question that Commissioner Daley said about one of the comments that I made about the hillside and ridgetop protection, wanting to amend the second condition. As it's currently written and passed by Planning Commission, it gives Planning Commission the authority to change, to increase, decrease the disturbance area. By removing the language that I mentioned, it would then make the hillside and ridgetop protection regulatory. So that's why I asked for that consideration. To the other points, that's why I said earlier, it's very hard to discuss these parcels without looking at the bigger picture. I want my colleagues to know I've spent quite a bit of time working through not only this request, but all of the other related zoning requests and even the plan amendment requests by the same applicant. And in my discussions, because the applicant has a desire to connect numerous parcels as part of one bigger vision, I did ask them to consider going through the plan development process so that plans for uses, road improvements, utilities, connectivity, and amendments could all be considered in totality rather in pieces. And the applicant was not agreeable to do that, but they did agree to conducting a more robust traffic impact study that would assess the needs for all 5 or 6 of the parcels in totality, and a master development plan that includes all parcels. So that's why I asked the question about how do we include that? So for the public and for engineering and public works to adequately see the full scope of traffic impact, I would like to see a level 3 traffic study required. This study would examine pre- and post-traffic operations at the following intersections: all proposed development access points, East Hendron Chapel Road and Sevierville Pike, East Simpson Road and Sevierville Pike, Chapman Highway and East Simpson Road, Chapman Highway and Highland View Drive. In addition, the study should review the existing conditions of noted roadways, including width, volume, crash history, site distance, horizontal and vertical geometry, etc., to identify any warranted improvements either under background or proposed conditions. In addition, a master development plan inclusive of the aforementioned areas would also be beneficial. So by doing this, it would allow the county to proactively schedule any necessary funding, as the development will likely develop over the course of the next 5 to 10 years.
Commissioner Ward?
Are you asking that for just this parcel or for there are other parcels included?
That's where I said this is mucky. So there are approximately, how many, Robert, 5 or 6 parcels in totality.
You know, I get that. That's why I'm asking you, are you doing this one parcel? You're asking for all 6 parcels. I don't think you can pass on something that's not in front of us. I mean, law director, correct me if I'm wrong. Can we pass legislation on a property that's not in front of us?
If I understand what's being asked here, it's that whether it's a condition on this one parcel or a condition on all the remaining parcels, that this traffic study be performed.
Yeah.
Um,
Because Mr. Snowden, you'll ask them for a traffic study when they go to the development phase, most likely. Especially if they come to you with a master plan of 300 acres. I would imagine that would warrant some kind of traffic study. So it's not like there's not going to be a traffic study already.
For the record, why don't you answer it?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, there will, and, you know, the traffic studies are all based on the levels of traffic study, the number of intersections we look at. The scope of that study is all dependent on the number of trips generated.
This is potentially, 1,000 houses, so
Yeah,
we're talking about a
so-
considerable amount of trips.
Yeah, so I think, to answer your question, yes, we will ask them to do a traffic study anytime there's greater than 700 trips generated. But I think that the thought was, when discussed with the applicant, was that the overall study would be more holistic, allow us to plan a little better for infrastructure
Yeah.
improvements that the county may need to partner with
Yeah,
potentially.
that makes sense. Okay.
Commissioner Daly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. All the things that we're talking about will be done before concept plan, all the engineering, all the waters, the traffic studies, everything will be done. So I am going to make a motion to approve per planning's recommendation.
I have a motion on the floor by Daly to approve, a second by Ward. Is there any further discussion? I would appreciate, Director Brooks, would you please read the two conditions that are now attached to the property?
Yes, I can read the two conditions that were recommended by Planning Commission. 1, no clearing or grading of the site until a development plan is approved by the Planning Commission. 2, land disturbance within the HP Hillside Protection Area shall not exceed the recommended disturbance budget of the slope analysis based on the area of development identified during the development plan review unless approved by the Planning Commission.
All right, thank you. So we have a proper motion and second on the floor. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right.
Pass.
Could we have a roll call on that, please?
Commissioner Lundy,
Pass.
Commissioner Durrett is out. Commissioner Oster.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Schoonmaker. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Lee. Commissioner Beeler. Commissioner Daly. Commissioner Jay. Commissioner Frazier.
No.
Does the pass wish to vote? All right, the motion passes. There are 6 ayes, 3 nays, and 1 pass. So that passes. Next agenda item, please.
Item number 10 is 7-I-24-PA is a request of Thunder Mountain Properties for a comprehensive planned amendment from TN Traditional Neighborhood, POS Parks and Open Space, TCMU Town Center Mixed Use, HP Hillside Protection, to CMU Corridor Mixed Use, HP Hillside Protection. Property is located at 8744 Chapman Highway, parcel ID 138104, part of in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Present.
Would you
Taylor
identify?
Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919.
Thank you. And is there any opposition? Yes, I know there are quite a few. Commissioner Brooks, would you read the recommendation on this, please?
Yes, certainly. Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the CMU Corridor Mixed Use Place Type for the portion of the parcel shown in Exhibit B because of changes of conditions in the area and because it supports the policies and actions of the comprehensive plan, including but not limited to incentivizing walkable mixed-use centers, corridors, and neighborhood nodes as the preferred commercial development, encourage coordination among economic development partners, and support opportunities for innovation and growth of our local economy by a vote of 13-0. The HP hillside protection will be retained.
Thank you. Those that have signed up to speak on this item, I know Mr. Fox is here. I know Ms. Close is here. I know Ms. Grace is here. I know Kevin Murphy is here. Brenda Hayes is here. Jennifer Welch. Is Jennifer here? Oh, it says 10. All right, all right. Daniel Sanders. Have I missed anyone that signed up to speak to this? All right. I genuinely do not want to deny anyone their right to speak. Mr. Sanders, I will extend, or not Mr. Sanders, I'm sorry, Mr. Forrester, I will extend your speaking time to about 7 minutes, and then all these other speakers, if I could ask you to please stay under 2 minutes each. We'll do our best to try to hear from everyone. Mr. Forrester, the floor is yours.
Again, Taylor Forrester here on behalf of the property owner, Thunder Mountain Properties. This first request is an amendment to the land use designation. This property that's come before you is a part of a larger parcel, and it consists of about approximately 30 acres. So the present land use designation on the property for the part in question, there's actually 3 separate land use designations. The largest, which is the Bowerfield location, is Parks and Open Space. That consists of about 15 acres. Next is Town Center Mixed Use. That consists of about 8.5 acres, and then there are about 2.5 acres of traditional neighborhood. As I said, a large portion of this property is the present location of the Bowerfield. As everybody's aware, it's been discussed. On the previous item, Thunder Mountain Property made a donation to Legacy Parks of approximately 110 acres. That was made to Legacy Parks with the intention of Legacy Parks then donating to Knox County Park and Recs for the construction of new baseball fields to serve as replacement of the old dated baseball fields along Chapman Highway. Knox County presently leases the existing Bowerfield location from Thunder Mountain Properties. That is a written lease agreement. There's a memorandum of lease recorded in the Register of Deeds office. The remaining term on that lease agreement is approximately 7.5 years. There are no rights that Thunder Mountain can assert under the lease to terminate that lease any sooner. Other than, if Knox County signed it or sublet it to somebody that was then making a profit on it. But as long as it's used for ball fields, that lease remains effective and cannot be terminated by Thunder Mountain Property. The requested land use designation amendment is to corridor mixed use. Corridor mixed use is considered walkable mixed-use developments occurring along major corridors, such as Chapman Highway. The areas may incorporate office, retail, civic, residential, and community gathering areas. They shall provide connectivity to nearby neighborhoods. Changing conditions supporting this amendment to the land use plan designation is rezoning of the portion of the property to the rear of this, the planned residential at 3 dwelling units an acre. That was just done in July. Rezoning of adjacent property now between Evans Road and Sevierville Pike to planned residential at 5 units an acre, which was just voted on. Plan amendment and rezoning of property located, as discussed in the previous item, on the west side of Chapman Highway, consisting of the commercial zoning and the planned residential zoning at 5 units an acre. Additional change in warning as a condition is the fact of the donation of the land and the dedication of the new park infrastructure, the new ball fields, and a much more appropriate, better location for the community. This request supports the policies and actions of the comprehensive plan. There's place type incentives, incentivizes walkable mixed-use centers, corridors, neighborhood nodes, and a preferred form of commercial development. As noted previously, there are several properties around here that have been rezoned to planned residential, have a new park infrastructure, all of coming through with a master development plan to create the connectivity and the appropriate development. Fronting Chapman should be some form of commercial, and then going back towards Sevierville Pike with these other properties with planned residential development will create and help foster a walkable, cohesive development that's contemplated by the corridor mix use. Also submit that there's an error omission in the present plan considering the frontage along Chapman. So about 7 acres of this 30-acre portion has an existing zoning of CA. CA is not a related zoning under the town center mixed use, land use designation, or the parks and open space designation. So having that existing zoning for that portion is an error and inconsistent with the comprehensive land use plan. Again, we feel that the conditions are present, the grounds are present to warrant the amendment to the corridor mixed use. The property that I referenced on the west side of Chapman that's commercial mixed use, commercial zoning has the commercial mixed use land use designation. Property directly to the east of this has the commercial mixed use land or corridor mixed use land designation. Again, the grounds are warranted for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. In opposition, Mr. Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andy Fox, 2356 Winters Drive, 37920. In the previous item, a strong reliance upon the newly passed Advanced Knox plan was expressed as a basis for adopting that particular item. And again, as this Advanced Knox plan was passed just 4 months ago, it lists a substantial component of this particular item as parks and open space. Just 4 months ago, everyone said the highest and best use of this particular parcel of land, known as Bauer Field, was parks and open space. And as the commissioner-elect from District 9, I've been through 2 days of training already, and I have another day of training tomorrow. But today is a day of training because I'm going to find out, does this document, this plan that's supposed to control land use for the future, the near and the far off future, does it matter? Does it matter what people just spent $1 million+ studying and time of 2 years trying to determine what is the highest and best use for land across Knox County? Does it matter? That's my question to you, commissioners. You know, as a family law lawyer, when people get a divorce and they formulate a permanent parenting plan for how child custody will take place in the future, you can't just go back to court just because people change their mind. You have to have an actual change in circumstances to be able to go back to court. Well, what are the change in circumstances here? A donation? A donation is what you would call in law an unvested promise. It means nothing. An actual change in circumstances would be a contract for reconstruction or for new construction of a park taking place, signed and underway. That would be a change in circumstances. Please do not rely upon an unvested promise in deciding to change the current designation of Bauer Field. Thank you very much.
Ms. Close.
Dawn Close, Sevierville Pike. I have a lot to say about this, but I have to cut it all short. Couple things. I agree with Andy. Why are we changing this growth plan already? I don't mean to be offensive either. You know, we're kind of in a lame duck session here. We've just had an election, and we as a community would like our new representatives voting on these really important issues. I'd like you to think about that for a minute as well. Let's see, we have 7 years left on this lease. We also have another 10-year possible lease behind that and another 10-year behind that. So I'm not sure why this is being asked to be rezoned. We just got done signing the lease for this land. And what is the big rush? We have 7 years to decide this. And we feel like we're getting steamrolled with all these developments. Like, let's get them passed quick. You know, let's get them through and jam them up. We want to take our time here. One of the things, too, inside of this traffic report that I think is really important that no one really addresses, if we're going to be adding commercial use there at the ballpark, what's that going to do with our traffic? Also, across the street is commercial, and they just got an approval for an additional commercial on Simpson and Chapman Highway. So we want those all to be considered, you guys, before any other things are approved. Why can't we have a study now to look at this, what's already in the pipeline, what's already just been built? This cumulative effect is really killing our community. It's really adding a lot of housing, and we have now 3 commercial areas in a small, condensed area. What is that going to do to our traffic? We have no traffic lights, nothing to control this. And I'm sorry, but a turn lane is not the magic bullet here. I'll wrap up by saying we also, it might seem like an ideal situation to move the ball field to this donated land, but there's a couple things here. One is it's currently a swamp. There's a lot of water that comes through there. So it's going to take some real serious remediation, a big drainage plan, and we also are going to need to bring a lot of soil in to bring the level of that field up. This is our area of expertise. We're landscapers, and the funding, this is $15 to $20 million, is not going to just fall out of the sky. We want a plan for how we're going to raise that money, because a promise of a ball field is not the same thing as a ball field. The promise is not sufficient, you guys. Let's take our time here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Grace? Mr. Murphy?
Thank you. Kevin Murphy, 4508 Murphy Road. Congrats to the 5 of you, by the way, this is your last zoning meeting. I can't imagine you're going to miss these. I'm here on behalf of the Council of Advocates for the Knox Community Planning Alliance. And that council includes 5 former planning commissioners who have been involved in what we've been looking at on this particular issue. In July, Planning Commission failed on a 6-7 motion to pass a motion supporting the staff's recommendation to postpone this particular plan amendment until August, which would be in line with the new quarterly amendment cycle. The Planning Commission then proceeded to recommend approval of this, even though they and you don't have a written staff discussion and a recommendation on the actual amendment. So the first amendment on your new plan comes before you without the benefit of actually having a written staff analysis. So our Board of Advocates, here's what we have to say. First of all, as to what change of conditions has occurred, Mr. Fox is spot on. Promise of a ball field isn't the same as an actual contract. Secondly, the applicant has cited a number of rezonings, approved development plans and all that, but all that occurred before you adopted this new plan. So what changes have actually occurred since then? Well, there was one rezoning of property to the north, which was in line with the place type and zoning matrix, and you've just rezoned another one, again, in line. So nothing that is a change. There isn't an error in the plan. I think if Mr. Forrester's claiming that would be a justification, that's misunderstanding what the future land use map is. Future land use doesn't necessarily line up with the zoning that's underneath it today. Future land use guides future rezoning decisions. It doesn't need to reflect the current use. Finally, as for justification, it was pretty vague about the justification. And what we said is that well, the existing town center place type already does all the justifications they called for this new one. In addition, Planning Commission didn't have discussion about the current town center depicted here. What's the impact of replacing it with corridor mixed use? What's the trade-off? What was the vision for this, and what does this do? So, our hope is that the new plan will have integrity, where the rules for amending it are followed. And it's up to the applicant to make the case for you. And if you don't see it, you shouldn't have any hesitation denying the request. Thank you.
Ms. Hayes?
Madam Chairperson, County Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, friends of Bowerfield, I am here today with 40 years of apartment management and development.
And I need for you to state your name and address, ma'am.
Okay, Brenda Hayes. I was raised at 9137 Chapman Highway.
Thank you.
And I now reside in zip code 37918. I'm here with a lot of expertise, single and multifamily, but I actually represent a man whose name is Bill Hayes, who in 1958 approached Ben Bauer Sr. to start Bowerfield. There was a 99-year lease. I realized legally it was $1 a year, and I realized legally that this is not a land lease, so that this is nothing that appears as a alternative to working through this process. I was asked about a month ago to become a part of this fraction that is semi-opposed to the understanding the development of Bowerfield. And I did research in that last month, and I've talked to over 200 people. And in South Knoxville, I went to high school and elementary school with them, and if you'll pardon my French, every one of them came up with this statement: South Knoxville is getting ready to get screwed. We've talked with the legacy partners. We know that it's $15 to $20 million to get this funded, and Legacy says that they can come up with about $2 million. That's a quote from the director. We also understand that there is a project like this in Blount County, and Maryville has gone through the same situation, but with a better plan. They have a plan in place with some of the same issues of bad drainage, traffic, and so forth, lighting issues, but they have obtained COVID money to help process their ballparks. And so I would ask, simply stated, and I'll wrap up, that you consider taking a breath and giving us an opportunity to have some form of hope in the fact that you'll have a better plan than what is currently presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sanders?
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Daniel Sanders, 920 Volunteer Landing, 9090215. Again, here on behalf of members of the community, April, the County Commission adopted a comprehensive land use plan after 2 years of extensive public input and planning. The plan reflects the collective vision of the community, yet here a few months later, we're asked to amend the plan to accommodate the desires of a developer that have nothing to do with the desires of the community. The planning staff themselves recommended postponing this item, as was discussed by Mr. Murphy, and the postponement request was due to this new rule that planning amendments be considered quarterly. Well, the next quarterly consideration would be this month at Planning Commission. So instead of having a fully thought out plan amendment, you have this rush process, and that has raised serious concerns about the integrity of the process, and not only the integrity of the process, but the integrity of the Planning Commission itself. And if this body determines that it wants to amend the plan, the integrity of this body. So why rush a significant decision, especially when you have a new planning or a new county commission coming on next month? The people of Knox County have voted for a new direction in land use and community protection, and we respectfully request that this critical vote be delayed until the new commissioners are seated. Now, I mentioned land use planning, land use economics a moment ago. You've done it to yourselves for the last 20 years, and you've been running, according to your future land use plan, you've been running a $20 million annual deficit. And when you continue to approve plans of suburban sprawl, you will only dig the hole deeper. Now, it's impossible to discuss this proposal apart from the donation of property to Bauer Field. But what happens? You've got $1 million in your capital budget every year for parks and recreations. $15 million. Where are you going to come up with $15 million over the next 7 years? It's compounding your problems with land use and planning economics to, engage in what appears to be some sort of quid pro quo with a developer and a donation of property. And I will, as I'm wrapping up my remarks, the donation of this property was known long ago, long before the county commission adopted the comprehensive land use plan. And I'm holding in my hand right here the receipts for that. Commissioner Daley himself, back in October, from his county commission account on Facebook, said, in response to one of the residents out here, he said, and I quote, "Your time is coming. Knox County will be getting 115 acres from Thunder Mountain. The ridgetop, 95 acres, is a conservation easement, 20 acres in front of the industrial park, a new Bauer Sports Complex. People with no vision would have not received the gift to South Knoxville. Formal announcement coming in spring."
Quickly,
This was known in October of 2023. So there's been no change in circumstances. We knew about this a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I overlook anyone that signed up? Thank you. Mr. Forrester, you have about a minute and a half left on your time if you'd like to.
I can be brief. Excuse me. We keep hearing $15–20 million for the development of this park on this donated property. I've never heard really where these numbers are coming from and what type of park that is. Nobody's suggesting that this has to be developed all at once. I mean, we're talking about baseball fields first. It's a 7.5-year head start to focus on this and to be proactive in raising the money to build some new appropriate baseball fields in an appropriate location. Chapman Highway is not an appropriate location. There's been recent accidents there that could have proved fatal. I personally have driven my son to a ball tournament there, and you're trying to figure out where to turn in and constantly checking your rearview mirror, hoping that you're not going to get rear-ended. This is not an appropriate location for a park. The future land use plan, if it's about future planning, I mean, in reality, the park and open space designation was designated because there's an existing baseball field there. It's not looking necessarily at probably the long-range plan about what is appropriate. Is Park and Rec appropriate on a major corridor thoroughfare with this type of traffic? No, it's not. We feel that the corridor mixed use is an appropriate land use designation. It contemplates everything that goes towards the master development plan. While the rush is, everybody says they want a master development plan. We want to create a master development plan that shows a phasing of these developments on all these properties so everything can be taken into account, and that cannot be taken into account without the zoning in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, I believe Commissioner Frazier had her light on first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really bothered by this one. I know Mr. Murphy kind of walked us through it, but I want to walk through how we got here, how a plan amendment was heard out of our quarterly cycle and approved. I was advised by the applicant's request that the applicant's request was submitted under the old plan, and that's why it was heard by Planning Commission. As you all know, we're still mucking through the timing of applications and which plan or process they should be considered under. First, we were advised that the old plans don't apply anymore, even if the applicant filed their request before the new comp plan was adopted. Then it changed to, it's our discretion. Then it changed again to, well, follow the plan in play at the time of filing. So there's that. This application for rezoning and a plan amendment was filed on November 28, 2023. In late December, the applicant requested that both be tabled, which they were in January 2024. The applicant chose to table their requests. The comp plan was adopted April 22nd, and the applicant was aware of this. The applicant chose to untable the application in May, knowingly after the new plan and new rules were in place. So in my opinion, stating that this application has been in process for some time is not justification to hear a plan amendment out of cycle. There are others who were planned, and we did not hear them. What changes in conditions in the area justify changing this place type from the one that 2 years of study identified as the best use for this area? And does it weaken our plan? I went back and watched the comprehensive plan training with planning commissioners, and the consultant made a statement that I want to share. We don't work with communities that update their plans that frequently. This came after a question from 2 planning commissioners who are developers asked about the frequency cycle that the consultant, our paid consultant, suggested once a year. Then we changed it, our staff and the leadership team, then changed that recommendation to twice a year. They said, we don't work with communities that update their plans that frequently. Less frequent update cycles are beneficial to maintaining the integrity of the plan and monitoring progress. The staff recommended postponement to the regular plan amendment cycle that is in August. Because of that recommendation, we don't have a staff report. So here we are, considering a plan amendment out of our quarterly cycle that was already watered down because of pressure from the development community against the recommendation of our paid consultant. Furthermore, the criteria to update a plan, it's if 2 or more of the following criteria apply: changes of conditions, introduction of significant new utilities, new data regarding trends or projections, population, housing conditions, or 4, the proposed changes support the policies and actions, goals, and objectives. 2 of those. I am not convinced that 2 criteria were met. I will not support this, and I hope that you will not either.
Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Brooks, when I just pulled up the comprehensive plan as we were talking about, and it certainly, it does list this as park open space because it is park open space now. I mean, it wouldn't have during the planning process or looking at the future land use, it wouldn't have identified anything else other than what it was. I mean, it wouldn't have identified, or would it have identified this as, this really should be a commercial corridor because it's on a major artery?
Is the question about the park specifically?
Yes.
Yeah. If we had a plan in front of us for that park, I think it would have been taken into consideration at that time, but we did not have a plan in front of us for a park, a new park location, or that to be moved.
So if there would have been a plan for here's what the new work would look like just up the way.
Yeah, for example, if Parks and Recreation had said, hey, these are the plans that we have, we're gonna move this park to this location or create a new one here, and then this one will not be needed anymore. Those types of things would have been taken into consideration in the future land use map.
Then if there was a plan in place, you may have said, well, this makes sense to be a commercial corridor since the park is gonna go to another location. Like you usually look at major corridors as commercial or mixed use or other things.
Yes.
Not as parks.
When there's, yes,
Okay.
infrastructure is there.
So I guess my question is, well, let me ask another question before I get to this next one. Mr. Forster, can you address the timing issue? Because I'm a little confused about the start and the stop in August and then back to July and September.
So it was filed November 27, 2023, and it was tabled prior to the January Planning Commission meeting. There were several other Thunder Mountain rezonings and requests coming through. At that time, we elected to table it. Removed it, requested it to be removed in early May. It has to go to Planning Commission for them to vote on it, to remove it, to then put it on the next month. There was an update in that comprehensive plan that land use designations amendments are to occur quarterly. The comprehensive plan does not define or determine what those quarterly meetings were going to be. That was after the fact determined, I think, by the planning department in setting those months. So we deal with this and have for years in the city of Knoxville with one-year plans. They have one-year plans, and those generally mirror the sector plans. One-year plans can only be amended quarterly in the city of Knoxville. So those quarters are January, April, July, October. So for an April, if you need a one-year plan amendment and you're trying to get on the April agenda, you file by the end of February, by the deadline, about 6 weeks before. Let's say you go to the April Planning Commission meeting, which is one of the quarterly amendment meetings, and you get there and either you request postponement, opposition shows up, requests postponement. It doesn't get postponed to the next quarterly meeting. It can get postponed to the next meeting, Planning Commission. It can get postponed 60 days. So it's always tied to when you filed. As long as you filed in time for that quarterly meeting, and that's the same scenario here. It was filed and it was essentially postponed and then put back on the agenda and set to come forth in June. It was postponed in June based on discussion with planning staff saying we needed to amend our application to basically supplement the prior sector plan request amendment to mixed-use specialty district to whatever the appropriate or equivalent one under the new plan for the requested rezoning that would allow the CA rezoning. That was updated and it was supposed to come forth. My understanding was with the plan, a staff report or a recommendation and a report in July. And that's where we ended up in the July meeting with the request that Planning Commission act on the requested land use amendment. Does that answer your question?
Sort of. It's just, we are caught in this weird zone right now between the old plan, the new plan. When things are filed, we said this when we were going in. They were going to run up against stuff that falls, in between the train tracks, and so it sort of answers a bit question. I guess part of me wonders if this was on the schedule, I'm just assuming quarterly schedule as a regular business cycle. If it was heard quarterly on that schedule, which would have been, I guess, this month, and there was a plan from the Parks and Rec Department or the administration, would it change the outcome? I guess is where I'm kind of heading towards. Would planning staff look at, here is a plan to move the ball fields, which we feel is more safer and more appropriate and more modernized, and that allows this to be a commercial corridor. Would we still be in the exact same spot a month from now as we are today, or would it totally change the game?
I think so, because at the Planning Commission meeting, staff did make a recommendation and was prepared with a recommendation to approve the corridor mixed-use place type for the portion of the parcel shown in Exhibit B. So they modified the area of the property, and we were agreeable to that because of the changed conditions in the area and because it supports the policies and actions of the comprehensive plan. And then Planning Commission, there was a close vote on whether to go forward or not, but once they voted to go forward, it was a unanimous decision.
Ms. Brooks, do you have anything to add to that?
I would just like to clarify that we knew that the Planning Commission was going to consider this item, even though we had recommended postponement. We had done we did look at the property and didn't feel like it was appropriate to rezone the entire piece of property. So that clarification that was provided in the packet that was submitted at the meeting, Exhibit B, was to provide some additional guidance if they were going to move forward with that.
Okay. And then I guess I'm going to sort of step back now, and I want to hear from District Commissioner but I haven't really heard much about what is the plan to move the field and what is the timeline. I don't know where these numbers have come up from. I don't know who made them up or what the estimate is, or if we, so I guess I'm going to step back now off the comments and just listen again.
Thank you. Would you like to speak now, Commissioner Daly, or wait?
Go ahead.
Commissioner Beeler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't want to step in front of the district commissioner, but I figured he might want to speak last. Yeah, on the previous item, I just couldn't see the 5 units per acre. As I zoomed out, the whole picture zoomed out pretty good, and there just didn't seem to be anything that resembled that on that picture. And so I just didn't think it was appropriate. Now we're on Chapman Highway and we're talking about a ballpark. My whole issue with this item is the ballpark. Mm-hmm. And I love Bauer Field. Listen, I've probably coached and seen, I couldn't tell you how many games at Bauer Field in the last 40 plus years. Got some great memories from there. The location is problematic. I mean, it being right on that 5-lane highway is tough. But my concern is this lease, and I don't know who I'm asking right now, maybe the law director, this lease that exists with Knox County and now the property owner, which is Thunder Mountain. My concern is that this lease would not be terminated by Knox County unless and until a new ballpark is ready for play. Not planned. I'm from a community that didn't have a football stadium for a whole season. And I saw some things happen with Carter too, with their renovations, so.
There is nothing in the lease that allows either party unilaterally to terminate the lease, okay? The owners of Bauer Field cannot just say, we're done until 2032, when the lease comes to an end. There are 2 renewal periods. Both parties would have to obviously agree on the renewals, but there is no provision in this contract that allows either party to unilaterally terminate the contract until the first lease period comes to an end.
Okay. And I know you probably can't answer this portion of the question, but I've privately been given an assurance that the county would not do that. So, Mr. Fox, I hope you'll fight for that, that the county would not terminate a lease until a new ballpark is ready for play. And I don't know what's going to cost, no idea. But that's my concern, is that South Knox County, Seymour, all that is not without a ballpark. So that's where I'm at with it.
If I may, I shared the same concerns that you did, Commissioner Beeler, about making absolutely certain that this area did not lose a ballpark. At no time would they be without their ballpark. I received the same information from more than one attorney, which agreed with what our law director said, that in fact, if if it goes away, it's because Knox County does it. It isn't going to be because it has new ownership. So I do feel secure that at least for the next 7 years, the park is going to be there. So that was a primary concern that I feel like's been settled in my mind personally. To try to address some of these issues that have been talked about, as Commissioner Jay said, we are in this no man's land between old plan, new plan. It's an uncomfortable place to be, and we will still be dealing with this old plan, new plan for another 2 or 3 months. We've got another one following that is an old plan, new plan kind of scenario. In my mind, it's clearly, it was filed under the old plan. I mean, we are talking November of '23, so it was months before this new plan was adopted. This is, again, my opinion. We talk about change in circumstances. Those have been discussed, whether you were looking at old plan or a new plan. In my mind, there's huge change in circumstance given the land that has been donated by this developer to put in a new field. I wasn't fully aware of that until I really started looking into this, but recognizing that a new location is being offered that is extremely close to the old location. I mean, it's nearly in its backyard. The fact that it would get the ball field off of Chapman Highway, which is, no one can think that that's a good situation. As was mentioned, that is a major 5-lane highway. I also know if you have not visited Bower Field lately, and the last time you were out there was 10 or 15 years ago, you need to go take a look at it, because it is probably the roughest, most poorly conditioned field that we have in Knox County. I mean, the field is in extremely poor condition. And I don't know that you could hardly pour enough money into those fields and bring them up to the standard that we've come to accept today, for sure, much less provide the parking that is sorely lacking out there. I mean, for all those reasons, the offer of this new property, which I'm hearing now is this donated property, which I'm hearing now is a swampland, quote, and a muddy mess, which on the record previously was described as pristine farmland, I think is very ironic. I personally don't know. I mean, I drove out and looked at it, but I'll be first to admit I'm not an engineer, and it looks like a beautiful, beautiful piece of property. Maybe 2 inches under it is that, but I know that months ago it was not described that way. It was described as pristine farmland when it was subject to a rezoning. So I just bring that to the attention of everyone involved about the condition of that property. So there is, in fact, an effort to have planned development out there, which is what we've been screaming for years. I think that's a huge plus. Is South Knox County losing a lot of its farmland? Yes, it is. That is something that is happening throughout our county and is something we need to be very cognizant of. I really feel that the trade-off with this donation in this ball field, we've got 7 years, commissioners and new commissioners that I would imagine are listening to make that happen. So the ball's back in our court.
One more.
The ball is back in our court, and this is something that is going to be on us because we are not going to let that community go. In fact, without a field, and we've got 7 years to make sure that that doesn't happen. And I commit in my next 4 years I have to come. I will do everything in my power to make sure that does not happen because you, in fact, are not the only area that needs to have more updated and developed parks and rec space. So for those reasons, I feel very, very inclined to, in fact, support this ask that is in front of us. Commissioner Schoonmaker, you've not spoken to this, have you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for clarification, the ball fields remain active until the new ball fields are built, is that correct? Or until the lease expires in 2032? Can somebody say yes, no, indifferent?
Mr. Forster? During your discussions with the property owners, there will always be baseball, soccer, football, pickleball, everything at the new sports complex.
At the new sports complex?
Yes.
My understanding, yes. I mean, it's,
And it will be, and we will have baseball, softball at the current Bauer Field until that's done.
Lose your nails.
through the lease agreement, the 7.5 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we still have another 7.5 years after that. I've got another, can I make this comment?
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, so at least through 2032.
Correct.
There will be baseball played at that location.
We have no control, but yes,
Yes. Okay.
We've donated the property that's in our lease as far as the existing field, and Knox County has full rights of that to use it for recreational athletics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call on Director Mack, if you could join us at the podium for a second. As he's coming, there's two things I want to add to the discussion. First, I think what you're hearing, and I see a lot of the Save Bauer Field signed. I think what you're hearing from all of our commission is, and from me and all of our commission is there is a commitment to keep ball fields in your community. And there is a commitment to keep your ball fields that are existing there in your community for as long as that lease is currently in place. You are not hearing anything different. And so it's not a matter of being saved. It is saved. It's going to be preserved. It's going to be used. And what I think you're hearing from everyone here is a commitment to say, how can we then find a new future ball field to make it better, safer, more enhanced for the community, et cetera, not on Chapman Highway. So I just want to say that. Second, I serve and have served for many, many years on the Legacy Parks Foundation Board of Directors. And I couldn't quite hear the number that was thrown out of what, 2 million. Okay, I thought you said 200,000 or 2,000 or something, but 2 million is, we do raise millions and millions and millions of dollars to support all kinds of parks, and there's dozens that we're working on now, and has a brilliant track record of finding great investment, working with the county, finding investment. But I also don't know where the $15 to $20 million comes from, and that's my next question for Director Mack is sort of, what does the future look like, and what do the plans hold for this? I think everybody's understanding this is a moving jigsaw puzzle in a community that has real concerns, but we're all trying to figure out how do we make the jigsaw puzzle work for the future of the children and the families playing at Ballard Field as well as the commercial corridor that seems, very appropriate for a giant commercial corridor. So with that, I would just ask Director Mack to, opine a little bit about, you certainly have been involved in this discussion.
So I think one of the first things that we need to address is that dollar figures are, based on current trends in the industry. I think before we do anything with regards to dollar figures, we need to actually go back to the community and get input on what actually is proposed to be at this facility, number of ball fields, and then other amenities. And then once we have that information from the community, then we can go back with a concept plan and construction plans and have a real dollar amount about of what it's going to cost in order to build the new facility. So I'm hesitant to throw out a dollar amount on what that would cost because we don't know what the new facility is going to look like. I think what I would like to do is go back to the community and get their input on exactly what they want with regards to the existing field, any updates that they want, any other additional amenities because we're talking about really a 6-acre, 7-acre facility right now and moving into a 20-acre facility. So there's opportunities for additional amenities. Of course, those amenities cost money. So I think going back to the community and doing a public meeting to see exactly what the community would like there. Obviously, everyone wants ball fields there, number of ball fields, and then other amenities, and then going back and coming back to the public and also, of course, this body with regards to a dollar amount in order to get that done.
Thank you for saying that. So it's fair to say, while there is no final, here's exactly what it's going to look like plan right now,
right?
There is plans in the works. There is discussion in the works. There is ideas in the works.
Yes,
you
sir.
have been engaged in what
Yes,
the
sir.
future might look like. So it's not a blank sheet of paper that nobody's
It's not.
discarded. You're not surprised by this discussion.
No, sir.
Okay. And I just point that out because Director Mack and I work very closely on lots of things, as he does with every commissioner here, about ideas that start with land donations, very often with no preconceived notion. We just sort of a visual. In fact, I've been involved with 4 of them where we've gotten the land, bought the land, or gotten the land donated first.
Right.
And then we've gone through a very strategic process. And in all of that time, even with the budget constraints that Knox County has, with a partnership of Legacy Parks and other community partners that provide funding, have you ever found have you ever been working on anything that just has a absolute, we're never going to do this?
No,
we always have a potential, right?
I think, and this may sound overly optimistic, but I think realistically, based on the obvious support that we have for this project, I can't see it not happening, right? So obviously with the political support behind it and then our funding partners and with Legacy Parks and their ability to generate donations and sponsorships and those kind of things, I'm pretty optimistic about getting something done that will support youth sports in the community for years to come.
And I really appreciate the fact that it's not a preconceived notion brought to you in the community and said, here you go, this is what's going to happen.
No.
And Director Mack, of all of our department heads, is like the most diligent about community engagement, surveys, what do you want, how are you going to do it, let's shape it together. So all of this to say that while there's nothing finished and there's no final number, there is a real commitment from Knox County. There is a real commitment from our Parks and Rec director, and there is a real commitment from this body and those who will remain on this body to find, fund, and create a new environment that will be great for children and family in the community. And that means something. It's not a pie in the sky idea. So for those, those are real reasons to see the bigger jigsaw puzzle and say, yes, we have to have a little bit of a leap of faith on a few items, but we also have to take people at their word, like our own Parks and Rec department, who is ready to jump in and make it happen. So, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Commission, any other comments before I turn it over to Commissioner Daly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Mack. That's for coming up. That goes back to this master plan that we have to come in as a community. This park will be there. It is committed. And like Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Jay has said, I won't be sitting here. But I have confidence that there will be a bigger, better Bauer Field there. Director Brooks, on several occasions, you and I and Mr. Snowden, we talked about mixed-use developments, corridors, where would be the best place for these. And we've talked about Bauer as being one of those units, haven't we?
Yes, Commissioner, it was identified as in the planning effort as a appropriate location for that. All of our major corridors, I think, are opportunities.
And we talked about Hindrance Chapel and Chapman Highway as being one, but kind of voted that one down because that was not a prime use for that area during these discussions. So yes, we have discussed this same development over the last 2 to 3 years of mixed-use, residential, commercial development there, and neighborhood commercial. So yes, it's been discussed. Why it got left off the plan was oversight, I'm sure. Let me get back to. So yes, it has been discussed. There was an email. I did not forward it on. There was an email that was Ms. Close asked about where the funding would be at. Mr. Mack explained it. You have to have a plan first. You have to have the zoning in place, then you will go through your master parks plan. It's not going to happen tomorrow or the next day, 2 years or 3 years. It's going to take years down the road to do this. Will it all be done at one time? I don't know. Mr. Mack will see that it may be done in phases, but there will be baseball and softball played there. Thank you, Commissioner Hill, for talking about the swampland, from pristine land to swampland now. Highest and best use. We discussed at some of our planning one-on-one meetings that the highest and best use for that area would be mixed-use development, residential, commercial, and everything. And this was even before Mr. Arnold had come to me and suggested the donation of the land. So yes, that has been part of the plan in the future. This has been, Director Brooks, has that been what, 2 years ago or more? Do you think? Don't remember?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, Commissioner.
When we just sat and discussed down to engineering the mixed-use development corridor there at Chapman and Bauer.
Yes, and that's what's been identified in the plan currently, town center mixed use. Yes.
So it's there.
It is currently on the map. It's, it's not the extent. It doesn't include the park, but there is a town center mixed use identified as part of the future land use map.
This is all I've been hearing for the past 8 years for sure. That's South Knoxville's the red-headed stepchild, that we're left out. We get nothing. We have a chance to improve our children's experience with better ball fields. We won't have to worry about a red truck jumping a guardrail and killing a 5-year-old kid. I won't have to worry about that anymore. It's beyond me why we don't want to improve South Knoxville for the better. It's going to take time. It's not anything that we can do overnight. It's not anything that I can do while I'm sitting here for another week and a half. It will be left up to the future commissioners to do that, and I trust that they will do that. I trust the mayor. I took the mayor out, and the mayor, it knocked him over with the feather also, like it did me. That someone would be willing to give 107 acres in South Knoxville to make it better. Safer, better, Bauer. I don't understand why there's so much negativity about that. This is about rezoning tonight. Is this a good use of the property? Yes, it is. It's a good use of the property from what we're doing. And it will help us this is the first chance that I know of in South Knoxville that we will have an opportunity to look at 300 plus acres and make a master plan to make it better. We need to stop. When those cars head out of the evening and coming in the morning, I want them to stop there and spend tax dollars. Because it goes to the schools, it goes to our roads, it goes to everything. Spend the tax dollars there. Don't go to Seymour and spend your tax dollars in Seymour. You spend your tax dollars in South Knoxville. That's what we need. I keep hearing, I love to have an Aldi's. I would love to see an Aldi's. I've tried to get an Aldi's, but we don't have the land or the commercial land. This would be an opportunity. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that this would be an opportunity to get some of the stuff that we all complain about that we don't have in South Knoxville that we can get. And I'm passionate, I'm looking at the kids. I look at the BFFA Facebook page, and at 4 o'clock, it comes the downpour. Guess what the comment is? Stay off the fields. Fields are closed. We have an opportunity in the future to have a field that's going to be AstroTurf. I won't see at 4 o'clock that when it comes to a thunderstorm, stay off the field. Because those kids will get to play. They won't have to make up games. And plus all the safety and plus all the amenities that can be there for us in South Knoxville. Who ever thought South Knoxville would get a splash pad? We're getting a splash pad for our kids in South Knoxville. I just can't understand the negativity. So I'm off my soapbox. Let me get a drink of water to keep my mouth. I think this is awesome for South Knoxville. I don't think there's any hidden motives or anything like that. I've had too many discussions with everyone. So I am going to make a motion to approve her Planning Commission's recommendation.
We have a motion on the floor to approve by Commissioner Daly, a second by Schoonmaker. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no lights.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
just a point of clarification. This is for the plan amendment, correct?
correct.
Item 10, yes.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Pass.
All right. If I'm correct, I'm hearing a pass out of Commissioner Lundy and a no out of Commissioner Lee and Commissioner Frazier. Is that correct? All right. I believe that's a 6-3-1. The motion passes. I'm sorry. No, we have a pass. I apologize. It is 7-1. I apologize. Commissioners, what's your pleasure? We have one more Bauer Field item or South Knox item, and you all that are waiting for other items, I apologize. This has been an unusually long zoning meeting, but we will go ahead and recess. It's 7:25 till 7:40, and come back together at 7:40. Thank you. Next agenda item, please.
Item number 11 is 1-L-24-RZ is a request of Thunder Mountain Properties for rezoning from A agricultural to CA general business. Property located at 8744 Chapman Highway, parcel ID 138104, part of, in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Present. Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to this item? Thank you. Hold on. Hold on. Director Brooks, if you'd read the recommendation, please.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the CA General Business Zone for the portion of the parcel presented in Exhibit C because it is an extension of the CA zoning and consistent with the recommended place type, subject to one condition. Before grading and building permits are issued on the site, development plan approval by the Planning Commission is required to ensure consistency with the intent of the CMU place type by a vote of 13-0.
Thank you. Mr. Forrester, I'll give you 5 minutes to speak to this, and opposition will have the same amount of time.
Thank you. Again, Taylor Forrester here on behalf of the property owner, Thunder Mountain Properties. Same property that was discussed with the land use plan amendment. We're requesting a rezoning to CA general commercial for the property. Submit that the CA zoning is a related zoning designation under the land use, the comprehensive land use plan is a related zoning to the corridor mixed use designation. As noted by staff, it's an extension of the existing zoning in the area. As we've discussed on each of these items, to the west of this property, Thunder Mountain Properties was rezoned to CA earlier this year for about a 15-acre tract there along the frontage of Chapman. That property also has the corridor mixed use. Again, similarly situated, close proximity to this property, and is an extension of that zoning designation. TDOT has constructed various improvements in the area, as we've discussed on multiple items, to Chapman Highway, the turn lane, the improvements to Sevierville Pike at the intersection of Sevierville Pike and, sorry, I'm drawing a blank, getting tired, Sevierville Pike and Evans Road. We submit that Planning Commission recommendation of the requested rezoning to CA is appropriate, and ask that you follow that recommendation and approve it subject to the conditions as described by staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Opposition that is signed up is Mr. Fox, Ms. Close, and Ms. Grace. I know Ms. Close and Mr. Fox are here. Is there anyone else? The two of you would like to come forward. I'll give you all, and Mr. Sanders, I apologize. I'll gladly give you all 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Daniel Sanders, 920 Volunteer Landing, 37915. Here again in opposition, and you've heard my spiel. I'll take it, address one of Commissioner Daly's questions. Where is the resistance coming from? And I think the resistance here is coming from a couple of sources. One, the community feels cut out of this process. There are members of the community here tonight who don't know what the plan is for saving Bauer Field. You can tell them that there will always be ball at Bowers Field, but what we see is an unfunded mandate to build a new field on a different location, and 7 years to do it without a plan, right? So what you have is a situation where a lease expires in 7 years, but we don't know that there's an extension coming because both parties would have to agree to that, and we don't know what the plan for raising $15 million. And to answer your question, Commissioner Jay, it's actually Carol Evans who is reported as saying that it's $15 to $20 million project. She's reported saying that in the Knoxville News Sentinel. So it's a reputable source. She knows about parks. She knows the sort of plans. She's had discussions with the property owners. And so $15 to $20 million is the number we're working with. You've got $1 million in your capital budget for parks and recs across the whole county each year. You've got Legacy Parks saying she's going to raise $2 million. You're not even close, right? So who's going to have to foot the bill for this? The land use plan that you just amended said this was open space and parks because that's where the county has invested money. That's where we have hard assets. That's what a park looks like. You've got no plan to come up with the $15 million to move it. The community, that's I think where the resistance is coming from. The community feels cut out of the process. We don't know. This was kept from the community. You knew about it back in October, Commissioner Daley, but the community has not had an opportunity to learn about this until very recently. So I will yield the floor.
Thank you. Ms. Close?
Hi. Couple things. We are angry. Most of these things are being shoved down our throats. We've asked repeatedly for there not to be this kind of density. We've asked now repeatedly that this ball field, we take our time and we are thorough inside of making a plan to distinguish where are we going to come up with this $15 or $20 million. This isn't a small thing. And really, it's your fiduciary duty to make sure it happens. So I'm a strong request that we do not give any rezoning until we have a plan in place and we have some money raised. What's the deal? We have 7 years. Why do we have to pass this right now? I don't see the urgency or the necessity. There's not an emergency going on here. What's the rush to judgment here? Let's take our time. Let's make a plan. We're not a no to the ball field. We're not a no to a complex. We're a cautionary tale around $15 to $20 million. Schools aren't built. Police aren't hired. Teachers aren't given a raise because we can't afford it. But we somehow miraculously can afford $15 to $20 million. Are you kidding me? I'm not buying it for a minute, and neither should any of you. If you're voting for this, you're going to have yourself to look in the mirror in 7 years when this doesn't happen, and you've let a community down. You let them develop our ball field. If we put $2 million into the current ball field and put a light there, a traffic light, we'd have the whole situation handled. And I want to also just bring one other point of reference. Moving the ball field into our neighborhood may be a great idea for you, but it's not necessarily a great idea for us. We'd like a noise study to be done. I can hear the ballpark at my house right now, and there's a hill between us. When that ball field is right in the middle of our community, you guys, we're going to hear those kids cheering while we're in the bathroom taking a shower. It will be very loud, and it will have an impact on us. I didn't hear any discussion also on the last development that happened right above Bauer Field, where we've approved, over 300 units there. What about them? The ball field will have an impact on them as well. Lights, and noise and traffic. These things are things that should be considered, and the community has a right to weigh in on these things. The rushing this through, we don't want to be bum rushed. We want to take our time. Let's do this right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Fox? All right, thank you. All right, thank you, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions or comments? Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Moriers, so is now an appropriate time for us to condition a master development plan and the traffic study that includes the areas that I mentioned?
Well, it's as appropriate now as I guess it was earlier. I mean, we're still talking about individual parcels. That they are all owned in the same area and by the same developer. I don't think I said it wasn't appropriate earlier, and I don't think it's inappropriate now, as long as the condition is like a traffic study and things like that. I mean,
Because, I mean, I didn't just come up with this haphazardly. I consulted with our engineering department. I consulted with our codes department. I consulted with the applicant's engineer. These were things that we had really great discussions about. And I do feel like I was just kind of, So yes, I guess I am asking, when do I put some safeguards in place that were agreed to? And also, if we do include a master development plan, would that include a study for light and noise? Mr. Campbell says yes. I also wanted to ask, just because I don't, 8802 Sevierville Pike, is it currently named in an active lawsuit? It is? So is it not against our best interest to make zoning decisions on while litigation is ongoing? I mean, we've kind of learned our lesson. We're dealing with that in West Knoxville right now because there's litigation of property, and we have community members, homeowners, the county, everyone's involved because a decision was made about on a parcel that is in active litigation.
are you asking me?
I'm asking somebody.
Oh, okay,
because
well-
I don't know.
Well, you know, that's a difficult thing to say because there could be lots of litigation going on, and you don't want the county's planning process to grind to a halt at that point. I can tell you that the defendants, that being the county and the property owner, were successful at the trial court. The case is now in the Court of Appeals. As a matter of fact, if I'm thinking right, I think I just got Mr. Daniels' brief in the Court of Appeals case. Is that another one? I've got so many I can't keep them all straight. Where are we in Thunder Mountain in the litigation? I can't remember.
Defendants have a pending motion for summary judgment.
Okay. So it's still on the books, on the table. The allegation is, what was it, Taylor? Remind me, that the density too high? I can't
It's a
remember.
challenge to the plan amendment and the rezoning to set that aside, but, this would go back, assuming that it was successful, which these cases it's very hard to overturn a legislative zoning decision from a county commission, city council. But if it did, it would go back to ag, and the legacy parks are buying through the county now own that property. They're exempt from, any zoning requirement, which I think probably ag would probably be a permitted use anyway. But regardless, the county is exempt from the zoning restrictions or mandates.
So the property that's in litigation is the property that was donated to the county?
No.
Okay, all right.
That is correct.
I have 5 seconds.
Sure.
So there was, there were two large tracts across the other side of Sevierville Pike that are in litigation. The property owner has donated a portion of two of those tracts to Legacy Parks. I don't think Legacy Parks is going to be exempt from zoning. The county might be if the county takes possession of it. But I think to Commissioner Frazier's point, if a master development plan condition is put on these parcels, there is part of that it's still in litigation that would be subject to that condition, because the part that they didn't donate to Legacy, I think they still intend to develop, which is around the part that's, basically be a industrial park and a baseball field or whatever they're going to build over there, surrounded by a single family. We're about to file our own motion for summary judgment for what that's worth.
I look forward to reading it.
So there really isn't an answer to the question. It's kind of just up to each individual commissioner to make that decision.
There's no legal answer.
Okay.
You just have to use your judgment.
That's why I thought I'd ask. Also, because the current field is in the Knox County Master Park Plan, and the budget impact of improvements are right at $1.3 million, how will that impact this parcel? Will we need to update or amend the Master Park Plan?
That would be a question for Mr. Mack, I expect. If what you're saying is that we've got $1.3 million earmarked for improvements to Bauer Field, then yes, if we're not going to do the improvements to Bauer Field, then that money could be released to be used elsewhere.
Okay. Steve isn't here, is he? Steve Elliott? He was actually looking into the historical data on the concern that the donated property is a part of a wetland. And so he was hoping to have that back before this evening, but I didn't hear from him, so I don't know. I did ask for our department to look into that. Okay, so we don't have that information yet. Okay, so what else do we know? This portion along Chapman Highway that's already zoned CA, it was done a pretty long time ago when the standard was to designate 600 feet along the highway as commercial, regardless of property lines. They did the same thing with railroads and designated several hundred feet as industrial. So that was 50+ years ago. So things have changed, and we don't need to assume that CA aligns with our vision for this corridor. Another consideration, conditions have not changed for these parcels on this area since the Advanced Knox initiative. Through that process, we identified this as a great place for a town center mixed use. I'm just trying to go through my notes because I know we've been all over the place from different zoning items. Just making sure. I would like to see a condition made that a level 3 traffic study is required with the listing of examining pre- and post-traffic operations at those intersections that I listed. I'd also like to include a master development plan in that as well. So, hello, Mr. Campbell.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Frazier, in the meeting, we committed to doing that, and we stand by that commitment, and we want to look at this in totality. Because only looking at this in totality, if we look at access to parcel A, parcel B, parcel C, if we look at this many units here, but we don't know how many units are over here, if we look at what's going on here but not over here, we don't get where you want us to get. We don't get safe ingress to the property. We don't get a cohesive development plan to use for this piece of property. So I made that commitment to you, the developer's making that commitment. We understand. It helps our property to have safe, effective ingress to the property. It also helps our property to make sure that we have a cohesive plan around that property. So if you want to make that a condition, if you can or you can't, I'm standing here at the podium telling you that is part of what we're going to do because that's what we promised you we would do, okay? And I believe also at that same meeting, we looked at the wetland portal and determined there was not a wetland on that property based on what the publicly available information was. Again, part of the development process is we have to look at any environmental features that are out there, whether they're streams, wetlands, or whatever, to determine that. And we will definitely, that's what we have to do. So, again, condition it however you want to. You've got our commitment to do that because we want to have a very good development that makes sense, people can get in and out of safely, and we want to make sure that this zoning is done so that we can have some of that certainty on what we're looking at from a master plan. You know, Bower Field's had a lot of issues for a long period of time. I mean, I think everybody in this room has heard those. So part of having that zoned is there is a certainty that that is now a commercial piece of property. And hopefully that gives another impetus to do some other things to move that field to where it should be, away from Chapman Highway. So if that's what you wanted to hear, that's what I'm telling you.
Well, I'm sorry, I had one more point very quickly. So CA is partially related in corridor mixed use, which is the place type that was just approved. So there's additional criteria for zoning amendment requests where the proposed zoning is partially related to the place type. And these criteria are in addition to the listed criteria for all zoning requests. So applicants are required to have a pre-application meeting with staff to ensure one of the following criteria is met. So how do we meet that criteria where the applicant is required to have a pre-application meeting since the plan amendment was just approved? When it's partially related, that's our criteria and our process. Director Brooks?
Again, it's a new plan. We have met with the applicant. I mean, the pre-application meeting is not defined as you must do X, Y, and Z. We have a lot of conversations over the phone. We have people who come in. There's been multiple conversations between our staff and because this has been a pending request for many months. So there have been conversations with the applicant about it.
So could we go through those very quickly? Like the proposed zoning district is consistent with the secondary uses of the subject site's place type. Is that?
I'm not prepared to go through an analysis of
Well, then how can we be prepared to make a decision? The proposed zoning district is compatible with the current zoning of the adjacent sites. The adjacent sites are single-family residential, rural residential, and commercial. The proposed zoning district is directly related to a place site that is adjacent to the subject site on the future land use map. Town center mixed use, public open space, suburban residential. CA is not related at all in any of those. I'm done.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you. I don't know where the 15, 20 million, I guess it came from the newspaper. I don't know if they're a licensed contractor, an architect, or engineer, but just for reference sake, my personal company just bid on a sports complex, 3 AstroTurf soccer fields, the whole entire complex fenced in, sidewalks everywhere, walking trails, and enough parking for 300 plus people, asphalt parking spot, and that was at $6 million. So just to give you an idea, it's a pretty large complex too, but that's a more accurate number of what you're you're looking at and soccer fields are the largest. You can fit 2 baseball fields, I think, on a soccer field almost. So that'd be the largest fields that have to be constructed, and the sidelines on those are pretty massive, especially with stands. I think we have stands for 1,000 people. So it's a pretty massive complex. So that'd be a much more accurate number, building something that size, just for reference points. But this was all privately funded money. It's a nonprofit that's building it, so none of it was from a for-profit. It was all donated money for the most part. And they got it together, I think, in, I want to say 3 or 4 years. They got the money all together, something like that, without giving too much details of their business away. But that's a general idea of what you can accomplish in 4 years with the right people working on it.
Are there any other comments? Seeing none, I turn this over to Commissioner Daly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Everything that's been requested, as Mr. Campbell said, will happen. And it's going to happen. All the studies, everything's going to happen. The master plan will take place. I can see the master plan, and I'll be there if I'm still alive. That Highland View takes us kind of a curve right to the top of the hill, and there's a red light there on top of the hill. There needs to be a red light on top of the hill. There does not need to be a red light where Highland View is at now, where you come over the top of the hill at 70 miles an hour and you can't stop. That's all part of the master plan. That's all a part of improving South Knoxville. It's all going to be discussed in these plans. And again, it's about the kids having a safe place to play. So I am going to make a motion to approve per staff, commission's recommendation.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Daly, a second by Commissioner Ward to approve as presented. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Frazier.
Is the sponsor willing to make a friendly amendment to include the conditions?
Sure, it's what you and Mr. Campbell talked about, isn't it?
It is.
Yes.
Also, I want to remind this body, we don't see development plans.
Correct.
We don't see concept plans. So this is our only opportunity to include anything that we would like to see going forward on any parcel, regardless if it is a rezoning, a plan amendment. This is it. So, thank you.
So
friendly amendment is
yes.
Commissioner Frazier.
Or we can just do a substitute motion, either one.
I don't know exactly.
Okay.
How about this? Make a substitute motion.
Commissioner Daly, are you okay with that?
To approve, yes, with
Those 2 things.
Okay.
Level 3 traffic study and master development plan.
All right. I would like to make a substitute motion to approve per staff recommendation. Where is it? Sorry, wasn't prepared. Per staff recommendation, a level 3 traffic study required. The study shall examine pre and post traffic operations at the following intersections, all proposed development access points: East Hendron Chapel Road, Sevierville Pike, East Simpson Road, Sevierville Pike, Chapman Highway, East Simpson Road, Chapman Highway, Highland View Drive. In addition, the study should review the existing conditions of noted roadways, including width, volume, crash history, site distance, horizontal and vertical geometry, et cetera, to identify any warranted improvements either under background or proposed conditions. In addition, a master development plan inclusive of the aforementioned areas and also a light and noise study will also be included. Good? Good?
Okay, you got a second over here. I have a question.
All right, hold on. So we have a substitute motion by Frazier, second by Daly.
I guess if I can, that's
Certainly.
Just follow Robert's Rule of Order there, you know.
You can have both.
I am trying to. Are there questions, Commissioner?
Thank you.
Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Snowden, would a level 3 traffic study incorporate all those things that Commissioner Frazier said?
It would.
And would a master development plan include all those things that Commissioner Frazier said? Is that within the scope of a normal master development plan?
Depending on the size, yes. The level 3 study is based upon the number of trips generated. So the development plan might not generate that many. It might depending on the size of it.
Okay,
So-
but what she's asking for is not out of the scope of those two things in a broad sense?
No, sir.
Okay, and the applicant is nodding his head that he's there. You have a motion and a second from the Commission District. Those are my questions. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Ward?
The one thing is the noise study part, because I know this from experience that is, do you feel comfortable getting a noise study? Because I've had multiple instances in the past where it's almost impossible to get a sound engineer to actually give you an accurate study. Or it doesn't exist almost.
Yeah, as far as I know, there's one engineer in the state of Tennessee that does
Exactly.
noise studies. I think it's out in Nashville.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to do it because
so-
there's so much other plane
yeah,
flying
they
overhead.
do it.
and-
It's an ambient noise. They look
Yeah.
at the noise travels logarithmically, and I had to do one 25 years, 30 years ago on a raw water intake. So they are difficult to have and see.
yeah, they're not accurate either.
Yeah, it depends on what day you do them and all that.
Yeah,
There's-
you're literally outside and no one day is the same noise as the other day.
Yeah.
That the noise that as a general contractor, noise studies are never done. Like he said, he does this for a living. Has been 25, 30 years. It just doesn't ever happen. And because they're not accurate and you can't replicate the conditions and it's not a controlled condition, like if it's thunderstorming one day and it's a bright sunny day, it's also different from a Monday to a Sunday. Like no one thing it's impossible to replicate anything. So that's the only thing I would have an issue. Everything else is cool, but noise study is way over the line in my opinion and almost impossible. It won't give any accurate data for feedback. Nobody does the study.
And
Are there any other questions or comments?
I do.
Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's getting late, isn't it?
Well, I saw another
For-
light also.
For just kind of a point of information for the clerk's office, can the substitute motion just be consolidated to say what the staff recommendation and a level 3 traffic study without going into all the finite details? Because I think engineering would be well aware of what needs to be done.
Are you asking
trying
the
to get
clerk
there.
if she can consolidate this?
Let me do a substitute on the substitute.
I mean, just for the record, it would make it easier, and we would all understand, so it doesn't have to be repeated 3 times.
Commissioner, I might make
Yeah.
this.
No.
Yeah.
Would you like to make a amendment or a motion or anything to that?
You can't.
Can't make a substitute on a substitute?
We are on a substitute
Madam
motion.
Chair, may I make a comment, please, in response?
Commissioner Frazier, please do, since it's your substitute motion.
I stated before that I spent time with engineering and codes and the engineer. This came directly from them. This is what was best to execute this. So just keep that in mind.
All right. May I just ask for clarification? If the motion were to state a level 3 traffic study and a light and noise study, would that in fact hit the bullet points that your substitute motion is trying to?
You would have to ask the Director of Engineering. I'm not an expert in that.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
I was trying to consolidate and be very precise. If the substitute motion asked for a level 3 traffic study and a light and noise study, would that wording consolidate the things that Commissioner Frazier had requested in her substitute motion?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Commissioner,
Wait, I still have the floor quickly.
all right.
I want to make the statement too, that just because I asked for the conditions, because of the pending litigation, I'm going to pass. So I just wanted that known.
You're going to pass on your substitute motion?
You need to let somebody else.
Let somebody else make it.
She doesn't have to vote for
She
her
doesn't
own
have to
motion.
vote for it.
I didn't say she did.
No, I'm just making the comment. I wasn't directing it at you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that, Commissioner Frazier. Commissioner Ward.
That, Mr. Snowden, how many noise studies have you asked for in your career?
Noise is something that here most recently, we get a lot of complaints about that with lighting, especially where there's commercial uses that are
Understand lighting.
adjacent.
Yep, understand lighting 100%, get that point.
Yeah, so we do, 10 years ago, we used to never get noise complaints. Now we get them all the time. So we just want to, try to provide that information and be proactive on the front end, Commissioner Ward.
So how many, so is this a regular thing then now? How many, because I've never heard of one before. And you're saying now that, how many have you guys asked for?
Typically, it's more about the lighting. I mean, obviously, we're more concerned with the lighting. I would question, and I hate to further complicate this, but, this is a county park. I would argue that it would be exempt from the noise, much like a football field at a high school and other things like that. So I think that argument could be made as well. Just don't mean to further complicate it, but it's just, I think if the park were built and we got complaints, that would be our stance.
So have we asked anybody recently for a noise study?
Not recently, no, sir.
Okay, that was the
It's
answer I
been
was
a
looking
while.
for. Thank you. Yeah, why spend the money in that case?
Commissioner Oster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Frazier, would you be willing to remove that part of your substitute motion with the noise and the light? The other stuff, I think everybody's probably fine with, but
Light I'm good with, sorry. Just the noise, not, the light's fine, light is normal.
yeah,
Noise-
that's fine, but I think the noise is just, it's kind of, I mean, they're getting noise now. Some of them are saying that they're already getting noise. If they're expecting a ball field to be in their area, and then people will buy that property because they have a ball field in that area, so they don't have to travel to take their kids to the ball field for practice, then it seems like it seems like kind of a great option for them. And
I
that,
will amend my substitute motion, and I will just stay on top of it.
You will say, I'm sorry, you'll say what?
I'll just stay on top of it to monitor the area.
So you'll pull out
With noise.
the noise, keep the light, pull out the noise.
Correct. I will pull out the noise and keep the light.
Okay.
All right. Light and monitor noise. Okay. Commissioner Jay.
I just want to, I see a little bit of question mark face from our engineering team and the applicant. Do you guys want to chime in here?
What property are we talking about? The rezoning to CA or the ball field?
Well, I think everybody's asked for all of this to feel like it's all part of the one big thing. And so it's being tied to this, but this is the ball field.
Okay.
This is the piece of property that will be the ball field elsewhere. So the engineering department is going to have to do some consideration of the lighting. I understand if the ball field moved from here to there, correct?
Correct, and I'm sorry. Yes, I was referring to the ball field about the CA zone. All those are codified in the zoning ordinance, and we'll enforce those. I was just referring to the ball fields.
I think, Mr. Taylor, you and the applicant have asked us for a little bit of grace of thinking about this bigger jigsaw puzzle. We have to attach these things to something. This is where it's going to get attached, and you got to give us a little grace on that as well. And so Madam Chair, and look, with zero offense to anybody, there's also a massive industrial complex like 4 feet away. So it's not like, there isn't other factors going on, in this area. But I just want, Madam Chair, is the substitute motion to approve with a condition of a level 3 traffic study being required in a master development plan, which would also include a lighting study. Is that the motion, substitute motion? Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So it is a level 3 traffic study and light study. And master development plan. All right. Are there any other, is that satisfactory, Commissioner Frazier? All right, is there any other discussion?
I just want to clarify that the applicant is 100% behind this. That they're, just for this plan amendment, they're going to be responsible for the master plan.
To ensure that we're not in any kind of, Commissioner Moyers, we will accept Knox County's commission's conditions.
Okay.
All right, is there any other questions, discussion?
Sorry.
Commissioner Ward?
I know, but this is, the level 3 traffic study is on the master plan, not the individual parcel. Everybody understands that. Thank you. Correct.
Yes, so does the applicant. We're good.
All right, any more questions or comments? Seeing none, we have an appropriate substitute motion on the floor for approval with the condition of a level 3 traffic study and a master development plan to be included. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Pass.
We have 2 passes on record. Eight, 2. Yes, thank you. It has been confirmed. The motion passes 8 yeas and 2 passes. Thank you. Next agenda item, please.
Item number 12, 6-L-24-RZ is a request of Taylor D. Forrester for rezoning from A agricultural to PR planned residential up to 8 dwelling units per acre. Property located at 11326 Sam Lee Road, parcel ID 1031059 in the 6th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
I'm sorry, y'all are probably tired of me. Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919.
Thank you. Is there any opposition? I see one person. All right. All right. Thank you. Director Brooks, would you please read the recommendation?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR plan residential zone up to 8 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and supported by residential amenities.
Thank you. Mr. Forrester, I'll give you 5 minutes to speak, and then opposition will have its opportunity.
Thank you again. Taylor Forrester here on behalf of the property owner. The instant request is for a rezoning to planned residential at a density of up to 8 dwelling units per acre. Submit that it's consistent with the comprehensive land use plan and supported by residential amenities in the area. Property is located near the intersection of Sam Lee Road and Still Road. Property has been and still remains located within the planned growth area of the growth policy plan. The present land use destination as a result of the newly adopted comprehensive land use plan is traditional neighborhood. Traditional neighborhood applies features a mix of housing types ranging from single family to townhomes and small multifamily buildings. Traditional neighborhood contemplates neighborhood amenities such as parks and schools being in the area or within the vicinity. Significance of this property's location is it's situated immediately adjacent to Hardin Valley Elementary, Hardin Valley Academy School, and Hardin Valley Middle School. Property is also located within a quarter mile of a commercial node. This property, prior to the updated newly adopted comprehensive land use plan, had a long-standing sector plan designation of MDR, the medium density residential, which I still think everybody's probably the most familiar with the prior sector plans. That allowed for a density of between 6 and 12 dwelling units per acre with planned residential zoning. This property is within the boundaries of the Hardin Mobility Plan of 2019. There are public right-of-way improvements designed and possibly even scheduled for the intersection of Sam Lee Road and Still Road, which will include a new installation of a roundabout right down from this property. There's also to be a realignment of a portion of Sam Lee Road that will affect this property. We expect several acres to be the road to be realigned into this track, kind of carving off several acres or separating it as a result of that realignment. There's a sharp 90-degree angle right past this. There are some potential site limitations if you look at the KGIS closed contour areas. Those will have to be further studied. Again, just a rezoning here. That'll get further studied once the engineering and development plan process goes through the Planning Commission for a development plan approval. My understanding as well that this area, my direction correct, I believe to the west, maybe closer up towards the 4-lane portion, there's, I think, allocated over $4 million for infrastructure roadway improvements that are scheduled at some point, and not necessarily maybe the near future, but at some, I guess, determined future date that will further expand the infrastructure and alleviate and address some of the traffic concerns in this area. Again, we submit that it's consistent with the land use designation, unanimously recommended by Planning Commission, wasn't on consent after hearing with opposition there. It was fully addressed, fully vetted, and meets the requirements for rezoning to planned residential at 8 units an acre. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Clark still here? Please, sir, come forward. Thank you, sir, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time.
Identify yourself.
Rob Clark, 11228 Sam Lee Road. My property is immediately east of the property in question here. So I just wanted to go through a couple things with you, if you would. The description of this request states that it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan, but this request is not consistent with the surrounding areas along Sam Lee Road or even immediately adjacent and to the west to this property where Lancaster Ridge subdivision is located. All of this neighborhood to the west of this property is all residential and single-family dwellings. If you go up and down Sam Lee Road to the east or to the west, all of those neighborhoods which have been established are all single-family dwellings as well. Some of them have not been fully built out yet. So I spoke with the fire captain of the Hardin Valley Fire Department, and asked him how a development of this size, this magnitude, how this would impact them. He said that the increased traffic, especially on Sam Lee Road, would potentially affect the response times of their trucks. Now, I don't know if you can zoom in on Sam Lee Road or not, but if you've ever traveled Sam Lee Road, you know that this road is very narrow in several locations and areas, and there's a drop-off to the north side along Sam Lee Road. So I say that because this property is going to be accessed from Sam Lee Road. And I've been told that Steel Road will more than handle the increased traffic. Well, the interesting thing about how we drive in East Tennessee is we find the route away from traffic, which is Hardin Valley Road and Steel Road. So you're going to have a lot of traffic that's going to come down Sam Lee Road that cannot handle that increased capacity. So I talked to the fire captain. He said that the fire trucks going down Sam Lee Road are already the yellow line to white line. They're already straddling already. So you increase the traffic, oncoming traffic, you're asking for some trouble. So also with regard to access to this property, we talk about the things that might happen. They don't have access to this property yet. It's not been sold. So we're voting on something they don't even have access to. My property is, again, to the east of this location. There's a pond below it to the south. The Tennessee water law states that you can't impede the natural flow of water, increase the natural volume of water, or increase the natural velocity of water. My property is adjacent to this proposed development, so consideration must be given to how the runoff is going to be handled. Right now, it is pasture land. It is actively farmed. Imagine the difference between having water fall on property, the single-family dwellings that are yards, as compared to asphalt or parking spaces that are these eight units per acre.
Wait.
So I've been told by a commissioner that we need to get more involvement from the community to voice their concerns about this type of development. The Planning Commission, there are 44 public comments attached to the Planning Commission's meeting notes. 100% of these comments are opposed to this request for 8 units per acre. 100%. They're not here tonight. Not many people have 3.5 hours to spend coming to a meeting like this. I'm sure I appreciate you guys doing what you do. But these families that are around here, they're going to be impacted. They have families. They have kids. They can't spend 3.5 hours here. I asked a friend who lives in the valley to join me here tonight, and he said the commission wouldn't listen anyway. It was just a waste of time. I ask that you prove him wrong. And actually listen to the community. Part of your mission statement, involve residents in an open planning process. Will you do that? What value do you place on residents who have been here for decades? Shouldn't their voice be heard just as loudly as a developer? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this point, I open the floor to discussion. Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clark, for being here. I also want to thank Jake Ogle and Taylor for coming out and meeting with the community, and Commissioner Hill and me. I'm always very appreciative of anyone's willingness to come out and kind of stand in the line of fire, I say. And I was probably pretty direct with them, probably more so than they're used to from past commissioners, but that's just how I roll, so don't take it personally. So I first want to say this community has advocated for better land use decisions for more than a decade. I know that because I created the group to do that. And I know that there's a perception that Hardin Valley pushes back on everything. And that's not accurate. Even though it's justified, it's not accurate in my opinion. The community has advocated for development projects that add benefit and meet needs in the community with coordinated infrastructure and not developments that add continued strain on already exhausted roadways and schools. So I wanted to say that. I'm a member of this community. I have seen a house built every 32 hours for the last 4 years. And in the 28 years of living here, I just have to say that requesting 8 units on Sam Lee is something that I never thought I would see. It's a 19-foot curvy collector. It has no shoulders. It's surrounded by single-family detached homes, and 8 units just simply, it doesn't conform. So comparatively, we heard just a few minutes ago a request that actually started with an applicant requesting 8 dwelling units an acre on John Sevier Highway. We're asking the same on a 19-foot collector road, and planning staff then recommended 5. I think the sector plan got it wrong in 2019. I've been very vocal about that, and I still stand on that. At 19 feet wide, the minimum standard value for Sam Lee's capacity is 3,000 average daily vehicle trips. I pulled every case file for a development project on Sam Lee, just west of Steel Road, east of Sawway, and at the time of build-out, the county has approved zonings that will produce 23,418 average daily vehicle trips on Sam Lee. One of those projects, a single project that was approved, yields 7,300 average daily vehicle trips by itself. So when you consider the cumulative impact of development on a road, it's important. It's really important. Also, the place type here is traditional neighborhood. So PR up to 24 is partially related. The criteria to approve states that the proposed zone must be directly related in the adjacent place types. So we've got rural living, partially related it to rural conservation, partially related, suburban residential, partially related, civic and institutional, not related, corridor mixed use, partially related, and suburban mixed residential, partially related. Another criteria is that adjacent zoning must be compatible with proposed zoning. We have ag to the north, south, north and southeast, and west of this parcel, PR to the east, and institution to the southwest. Sam Lee would require extensive improvements that are not currently on our road priorities. Another factor, we would need a part of this parcel to correct the road, that there is a major site issue. And I would ask if the applicant would be agreeable to keeping a specified amount of that land undisturbed for future road improvements. I did ask the applicant if they would consider other zonings that were more compatible in the area. I suggested a zoning that allowed for smaller single-family detached homes at higher density. Currently, there are three very large townhome projects under construction in Hardin Valley within 5 miles of this parcel. So I'm not sure that this request meets a market-driven need either. I also noticed on KGIS that the applicant owns several parcels in this small area, and I asked them if they might consider a master development plan that would provide a vision and a plan for the community and for the county for uses, utilities, road improvements, and community open space that would or could offset the requests for higher density. They did consider these requests and wanted to stay their current course. I tell you all this because that's a lot to consider, and based on the road capacity alone, I can't support this density. I would need to see road improvements to support the project daily vehicle trips. I would need to see open green space. I would need to see road improvements to be completed prior to the final plat being recorded, and I would want the support of the community. I know the applicant has a proven record of working with communities and listening to communities, and I appreciate that, and I hope that they will do that again here with this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Snowden, I remember when we approved a development that had ties to improvements on Steel Road to the west of this location, including the roundabout. What is the current process of that?
If I could refer you to the map that's currently up there before you answer, because I do want a detailed description from you also.
Sure, be glad to.
I can't remember if it's one that's already up here or soon to come or whatever.
This is the proposed plan for to address the traffic concerns. Director Snowden?
Correct. To Chair Lady Hill's point, to the left of the screen there is the proposed new development. As part of an agreement with them, they are widening the entirety of their frontage to the east, to the roundabout. I think the existing road width now is probably about 19 feet wide. They're widening it a couple of feet, I think to 21 feet. They are partner in the construction of the roundabout as well as...
Which is the red dot, the roundabout.
Yeah. And all the associated tie points to both Sam Lee to the east, Swafford to the north, and Steele to the south. Those points extend that way because we have to get that roundabout off alignment just for constructability. It's very, very difficult to build a roundabout on top of an existing intersection. So that's why you see those tie points, as well as that developer is participating with the construction of sidewalk all along the south side of what you see to the west of the roundabout, as well as filling in a gap to Lancaster Ridge subdivision, which is the subdivision on Steel Road there immediately to the south of the intersection. That work is in design. We hope to have right-of-way plans finalized and submitted to this body for authorization to start acquiring some of that property by the end of the calendar year, start acquiring that property early next year, and potentially start the construction of that project as early as the late summer, early fall of 2025.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding this?
Sorry, I had one more question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Director Brooks, can you, Commissioner Frazier mentioned something about a staff recommendation at 5. Is that before it went to?
That was another one to compare.
Okay, sorry, I misheard that. Thank you.
Is your question withdrawn, or where are you? Finished? All right. Are there any other questions or comments? All right. This is in my district. I want to start out by thanking the developer for agreeing to postpone this because at the time that it was presented, there had not been any community input, and we did in fact have a very robust meeting in Hardin Valley, and the developers were there, and there were several people from the community that also came and expressed concerns. Easily, the biggest concern is certainly the roads. I know this is very hard to understand the plan that's up there, especially if you're not familiar with the area, but if I could get your eye to go from the bullseye in the middle, which is the roundabout that will be started next summer or fall, and let your eyes travel to the right where you see that curve that comes down to the right and straightens out again, if you all follow me. The road that we are looking at now, if you can go back to the bullseye and let your eyes travel directly right, and you'll see where it's a straight 90-degree curve. It's horrible. and then at the bottom, it curves again to the left. It is a horrible road. That's absolutely undisputed. And this proposal, which is going to take cooperation from these developers, will in fact alleviate a significant amount of concerns about that intersection. Not only that, but we need to keep in mind that this build-out is not going to be immediate. This is going to be something that's going to be years and years in the process. So there still will be, in addition to what you see, even more time down the road to look at other things that might need to happen there. So it has in fact been addressed. I am concerned about the ask in the dwelling units per acre. I've talked at length with the developers about this. This is something that at this point in time they are wanting to stay with, primarily as I understand it, and Mr. Forrester, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, is because they don't know what this property holds. They don't know for sure what is on it. It's not had a total study, and they just are not aware of all the potential problems that could result. This area is known for sinkholes, and that is a consideration that will take away from the total amount of property that is in fact being shown to us. I will point out that it fits the old plan that we had. It fits the new plan that we have. I will not argue with anyone that it does seem very out of character. If this map were expanded, you would see further to the right, Pellissippi and all of our schools, because directly to the bottom of this, the south, is Hardin Valley Road. So for all those reasons, I don't do this because I can. I do this because these property owners, this landholder is a founder of years and years back in the Hardin Valley community. In fact, I believe the name Hardin and Lonis are actually in their history. They still own a great deal of property at that intersection. In many conversations, it has been shared with me that there is a plan from this owner to donate a significant piece of property that I believe will impact our community. So I do think that and I trust this family. I trust this family. Could that absolutely come back and bite me? It absolutely could, but I will tell you, they have a long history and they have a reputation that's very well known, not only in our community, but throughout the entire county. And I do happen to think that's very important to them, that they maintain their reputation. So for all those reasons, I am finding that this rezoning was recommended by our staff unanimously. It was approved by Planning Commission. This rezoning is consistent with our current growth plan that is out there. This zoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And the family is planning to donate the land very nearby to Legacy Parks so that the intersection will not entirely be made up of subdivisions. I see a great deal of vision in that for our community. I do have two conditions that I would like to add to this. The first condition being that there will be provided and remain a pedestrian access to the schools that are directly to the south of this property. I think that will contribute tremendously to not only proposed development, but the development that's already there, to allow these students to walk to their middle school and high school and elementary school, which right now is not a safe option for them. It is in the parental responsibility zone. And I also condition it on the fact that Knox County reserves the right-of-way to align with the adjacent parcel for future land improvements to Sam Lee Road. And that alignment will closely align to what you have already seen, which has already been committed to, which does in fact take a significant piece of the existing property out of the equation because the way they are realigning the road. So for all those reasons, I move to approve. We have a motion on the floor by Hill, a second by Ward. Is there any further discussion on this? Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, with the current 8 dwelling units per acre, they could put just shy of 400 dwelling units on that property.
That would be correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Forrester, would you like to address that as far as any intentionality or plan for that property and the thought process behind the 8?
In all honesty, there are no present plans. There have not been anything laid out. It's strictly the rezoning, and kind of honestly, we think the number 8 makes sense. And part of that was kind of where we started before the comprehensive land use plan update with the MDR sector plan between 6 and 12, and kind of considering 8, some of the surrounding developments, the school, just the kind of this is a very unique piece of property, realizing the infrastructure improvements with the roundabout, the realignment, and discussions of that, everything kind of started lining up to support maybe a higher density. And that's essentially how we landed at the 8. Again, the map showed several large close contours on here, so that's going to have to really be studied to see what actually this property can accommodate. And it's very, I can't think of a single time that I've been involved in a rezoning and then come back with a development plan to where it is at that actual number. It's always less. It's once you get in there and you start laying it out and you start seeing the slope, the contours, and the dealing with your infrastructure, it's always less. As again, nothing has been laid out. There are no plans at this time. It just seemed like a good opportunity with everything with infrastructure improvements and the schools being there. And we do like the idea of the trail connectivity to the school. I think that's certainly appropriate.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding this? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, I call for a roll call, please.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Schoonmaker? No. Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee? No. Commissioner Beeler?
Aye.
Commissioner Daly? Aye. Commissioner Jay? Aye. Commissioner Frazier?
No.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
What was that? Was that an aye? Commissioner Dura is out, and Commissioner Oster.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-3. Intentionality is very important here because I am absolutely looking to this family to carry on things that we have discussed for the last couple of years. Thank you. Next agenda item, please.
Item number 13, 7-V-24-RZ is a request of Masana Investments LLC for rezoning from A agricultural to PR planned residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre. Property located at 7308, 7807 7809 Sevierville Pike, parcel ID 125-041-004301-04001 in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Scott Davis, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville 37939.
Thank
Is
you.
it always this cold in here?
Yes. it
Golly,
is. Yeah.
we need to talk to PBA.
Is there any opposition to this? No opposition. Director Brooks, recommendation?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan Residential Zone with up to 4 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development, subject to one condition.
Mr. Davis, would you like to speak to your project?
No, respectfully approve as per MPC recommendation.
All right. Commissioners, are there any questions, comments about this? Commissioner Daly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Davis, you applied for 3 per acre and withdrew previously.
Yes, sir. They, when all the planning was going on, everything was kind of in the middle of, in between plans. And so they asked us to, because we're in the middle of the plan, we originally requested to postpone that. And then once the comprehensive plan was put in place, then we came back. Yes, sir.
I'm more comfortable with the 3 here, especially on Sevierville Pike there. It's a little different and it's not as wide as the other was, but that's beside the point. I will make a motion to approve PR at 3 dwelling units an acre, subject to the one condition that planning has: the rear of the parcel slopes of 25% or greater at approximately beyond the 970 contour line shall be left undisturbed.
We have a motion on the floor to approve at 3 per acre from Commissioner Daly, second from Commissioner Lee. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Excuse me, there's 2.
I apologize. Did I miss someone? I'm sorry. Commissioner Ward.
Were you before me? No? Okay. I was gonna make a substitute motion for 4 units an acre. It's on a main thoroughfare, makes sense. And with the conditions still in place.
All right, we have a substitute
can I speak
motion.
for-
Is there a second?
Could we hear from the applicant before we second this?
Before we ask for a second?
Please.
All right,
He'd like to speak.
certainly.
And I appreciate your all's time, and all due respect to Commissioner Daly, we can make it work at 3.5 units an acre if that's a fair compromise for you, sir. And I'll be willing to reduce it to 3.5 units an acre if that works for you.
I'll amend my motion to 3.5 then, unless you want.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor at 3.5 per acre by Ward, seconded by Beeler. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Daly?
I appreciate Mr. Ward, Mr. Beeler, but I will stick with the 3 because I know this property pretty well, so nothing against you, Mr. Davis.
I'm
but
sorry.
I'm staying with the 3.
All right, we have a substitute motion on the floor that I believe will need to be voted on first. So the substitute motion is for 3.5 per acre. Any further discussion on the substitute motion at 3.5? With the conditions as already listed through planning recommendation. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, I'm thinking that we had Commissioner Daly and Commissioner Schoonmaker in opposition. Is that correct?
Kim was a no.
And Commissioner Frazier. And Commissioner Lee. Five, 4. Motion passes 6-4. Good luck with your project.
All right, thank y'all for your time. Actually,
Next item, please.
Item number 14, 4-N-24-RZ is a request of Masana Investments LLC for zoning from A agricultural to PR planned residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre. Property located at 7505 Blacks Ferry Road, parcel ID 66051 in the 6th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
yes, ma'am. Scott Davis, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville 37939.
Thank you. And is there any opposition to this? Thank you. Planning recommendation, please.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan residential zone up to 4 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the sector plan designation.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, would you like to speak to this project?
Now, how's this work now? Because MPC is a little different. Sometimes you allow the opposition to speak, and then here I'm first. Okay. Now, again, I appreciate your all's time, and for the commissioners stepping off, I won't have a chance to probably talk to you all again, but appreciate your all's service to Knox County. Enjoy your freedom after you're off commission. Yeah, we respectfully request approval as per MPC recommendation for 4 units an acre. We have agreed and worked with Knox County Engineering to make improvements to Blacks Ferry Road, in addition to working with County Engineering and the State of Tennessee on the site distance improvements there at Emory Road at Blacks Ferry Road. And we have 4 units per acre adjacent to where we are, and we respectfully approve as per MPC recommendation and staff approval. Thank you.
All right, I have signed up to speak in opposition. Mr. Dossie and Ms. Welch. Are there others that were wanting to speak? All right. And did you have any legal representation to speak, or no, just the two? All right. Thank you. Mr. Dossie, if you'd come forward first, please. And I will give you 3 minutes to speak to this.
Thank you, Scott Dossie, 7533 Blacks Ferry Road. To be honest with you, I had a nice little speech written up here, but frankly, I think I'm going to go off my cuff on this. The one thing that I hear over and over again from everybody that I talk to is that the county commission approves every development that's requested. Now, I know that's not always the case. However, it's starting to feel that way. The one thing I can say about Advanced Knox is this, and I'll tell you something, I'm a big Glenn Jacobs supporter. He's helped us with Children's Hospital fundraisers. He's helped us with all kinds of things. I am a supporter of his. I don't agree with Advanced Knox. And I'm going to tell you something. You can sit here and you can keep piling subdivision on top of subdivision, and all you're going to do is the desirability that is here for people to move to this area is going to be squeezed dry. We're already at the point that we have increased traffic. We have traffic congestion. It's hard to get around. You've got developments everywhere. Literally, it's not what everybody in Knox County wants. A lot of the desire to live here in Knox County is purely that we're not crammed in here all together, that we do have our space and we do have room to breathe. Now, the one thing I will tell you is on August 6th, I hosted a meeting of our community at my property, or at my house. Mr. Davis was there, which, by the way, I want to make it very clear that I have no ill will toward the property owners that's selling this, and I have no ill will toward Mr. Davis. As a matter of fact, I like Mr. Davis a lot. He even offered to sell us this piece of property in lieu of developing it. Now, what I would like to say on that is everybody sitting back here behind me was here. We are all property owners. We are all taxpayers. We are all registered voters, and all of our property lines share property lines with 7505 Blacks Ferry Road. Every single one of us are in opposition of this. Nobody in that community wants this to happen. The one thing that I keep hearing over and over again, I'm like Mr. Clark. Everybody that I talk to tells me it doesn't matter what you're going to say. Whatever you say is just going to be overlooked. It's going to be, you're going to be appeased, you're going to be this, you're going to be that, but it's going to be voted on, and they're going to get approval to develop this. The one thing I would ask for you guys to consider, you all were voted in by the majority of your constituents, every single one of you. In this situation, the majority of the constituents and property owners in that community are sitting right here in opposition and have made opposition to this prior. The one thing I ask you guys all, are you going to vote with your constituents or are you going to vote with the big money developers? I ask you to make the right decision. You know it's not a good place for a development. You know it's dangerous for the roads. And you know good and well it's not good for our community. I ask you guys to please do the right thing for our community. Thank you.
Hello, Jennifer Welch, 7521 Blacks Ferry Road. If I may ask a question or two before we start. I know, Ms. Hill, you were kind enough to tell me about your proposed conditions that Mr. Davis would have to be responsible for payment to widen the road and make it a little bit safer. My question is, when would the deadline to widen the road be? And if he doesn't do it, what can be done to enforce it? And if he doesn't do it and it's unenforceable, are we as taxpayers going to be stuck paying to widen the road afterwards? So I think that's something that's important to know. Also, can we not have Knox County Ordinance 234102 be used to have a binding MOU to make either surety bond or make sure this gets done before any construction starts? I don't know if that applies, but I certainly found that in my research, and it certainly looks like we would fall under the condition potentially that the county could demand that existing road conditions with additional traffic, because they would result in unsafe conditions, that you all can limit this until safety improvements are completed, or again, that we have an MOU or a surety bond. We're not opposed to this. We're not coming to you all saying we're opposed to this because we don't want it in our community. That's a given. Nobody wants somebody to come in and develop a whole bunch of stuff. Blacks Ferry is a 1.5 lane road with a blind curve right before this development and a blind hill just past it. This is not a place that you can drive safely today, much less once this starts. I know I'm cognizant of my time, so I'm cutting it down, but the problem we have is this commission and planning and engineering have all said in the past how dangerous this road is. When when we were arguing with Smith Built about 5913 West Emory, just west of Blacks Ferry, I'm going to read some comments from commissioners and what they said about Blacks Ferry and West Emory. One of them was, I went out there and looked at the property in Blacks Ferry. That's a dangerous, dangerous curve. Another said, I live in the area and I never turn left off of Blacks Ferry. A third commissioner said, I drove this area and I couldn't imagine turning onto Blacks Ferry at all onto Emory. Blacks Ferry Road is as dangerous as it gets. Y'all denied that permit for the rezone on that date. It was refiled and approved a couple of months later. But Mr. Snowden told you all at that, or that the commissioners who were there, that the cost is just too high to fix the Blacks Ferry intersection, and a lot of work had to be done. They'd be even considering closing Blacks Ferry or doing right turn in and right turn out only because it's so dangerous. But so you've got that problem with the intersection. You've got a huge problem with Blacks Ferry Road itself. Again, the blind curve, pouring these number of cars out. We've become a cut through to Anderson County because traffic is so bad on Clinton Highway and Emory Road that this little 1.5 lane road has become a thoroughfare through to connect the two counties. But I'm also concerned that we had an original planning report that allowed one unit per acre. That was what was first filed in April. And the planning report says that Blacks Ferry at West Emory does not have adequate sight distance, and it presents a safety hazard if additional vehicular traffic is added, and that they recommend no more than one per acre in light of the ecological constraints which we can't even begin to address here, the rural character and the safety concerns at West Emory, and that improvements shouldn't be done before a higher zoning and intensity zoning is established on Blacks Ferry. But Mr. Davis asked for a continuance at that time, and we come back thinking that that's what we're going forward on. And apparently, somebody somehow had planning revisited the whole thing. We got no notice that it was being revisited, and all of a sudden, this favorable report to Mr. Davis, we're facing 4 per acre on an 8-acre property with 4 acres is hillside protected. I know it's not binding, but that goes straight into a blue stream. But somehow we went from this one recommendation to a more favorable, and that is problematic, but it still talks about the danger and that there's not the site visibility to make this safe. You cannot make this safe. At some point when everybody has weighed in and saying this is unsafe, are the taxpayers going to be responsible for paying a judgment against the county for allowing, another 35, 40 houses or whatever to be built on this property? When you all have said over and over again on the record that it's unsafe.
I need you to wrap it up, please.
I just want to say, Mr. Davis at the meeting said he had met with Jim Snowden to had a preliminary plan to widen the road. I asked for an email, some information about it, because he didn't have anything with him. Still don't have it. I'd like to know what that plan is. And again, if it's binding and it starts before construction, because when somebody has a head-on crash with one of those construction trucks on that blind curve, the community is not going to stand for developers getting to choose their money over our safety in this community at this point. Thank you.
Ms. Welch, may I ask you the statements that you read prior to this application we are referring to? I'm not talking about the one right down there by Emory Road, because that was handled another way, but
Yes,
you referred to another
Planning
time that
report.
this
Thank you.
application was filed. When?
This was the original, this case, the original application with planning. I talked to them about it. They originally did a report that was filed for the April 11th Planning Commission meeting, and it was recommended 1 per acre.
And
That's what I was reading from.
April of when?
Of this year. It was revisited without knowledge or notice to us to then be able to oppose it. The changed plan for the May meeting, we came back and it had changed. Most of the language is the same, that it's dangerous, it's not good for the environment, it's kind of bad all the way around, but all of a sudden, we went from 1 to 4. That was.
And this was April of 2024?
Yes, ma'am. This one was filed 4/4/24. It's the same, it's 4N24 RZ. This was filed 4/4/24, 8:40 a.m. by Mike Reynolds. And then again, we were shocked when we came in and found that it had been reevaluated, I guess, without.
I have a limited copy of it on my phone, if it's something you'd like to see.
I've got the copy. I've marked on it. I've got a copy of it. It's the same. It's basically the same thing, except it changed from 1 to 4, and they actually called it a potential safety hazard the second time instead of the safety hazard from the first one.
Thank you for that information.
Yeah.
Director Brooks, was that presented to us?
It was no, ma'am, it was not. So it was not presented to the Planning Commission either. So yes, there was some preliminary analysis done on this particular piece of property. And it was revisited and looked at other environmental constraints, things that we consider as part of our recommendation on density. Whether or not there's a slope, significant slope. So yes, there was a preliminary analysis done by staff. It was not heard by Planning Commission.
Right.
And then some additional discussions took place related to.
I was here at that.
You got to come to the podium.
All right.
You can't yell from the audience.
I was here at the meeting on April, it was published.
No, it was not.
I was here at the meeting on April 11th. Mr. Davis came up in the middle of the meeting when they were called up and asked for the reset. Like it was here to be heard. He got a postponement. But I got this off the website, the public website, as filed before the meeting. And I was told today that they just decided to look at it and make sure they'd done it right and redid it for the May meeting. I don't know what happened or why, but that's certainly concerning to us that it got changed after Mr. Davis got a postponement at the April meeting.
Thank you. All right.
I can try to assist in providing some additional
Please do,
clarification.
please do, because I'm not familiar with that first report that never got to us,
Yes,
which
so
I
because
guess
the
I would be.
original recommendation was predicated on there be no improvements to Black's Ferry. So with the understanding that with increased density proposed on this property, that there would have to be improvements made to Black's Ferry in order for it to go forward. So we had those conversations with Knox County Engineering to confirm that would be the case.
Is there any discussion on this? Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, essentially it started as 1 unit an acre with no improvements provided by the applicant, or 4 units, is it 4 or 5?
The applicant requested 5.
Applicant requested 5, but it was recommended at 4, correct?
Correct.
With improvements. And just to clarify with some of the, we've seen this commonly in other places in Knox County. At times you trade density for a private entity investing in a public infrastructure. And it's a little bit of the balancing act that they play. I just wanted to first ask a question, Mr. Snowden, what are the improvements proposed to Black Ferry? Because we've been down this road before and on this intersection, as they said.
Sure, yeah, for sure. A couple of things, obviously the folks have said, it starts out probably 17 to 18 feet wide, and then the further you go north, it gets narrow. The county would like to see, or if this were to go forward, want to see Black's Ferry from their entrance to West Emory widened to 20 feet, as well as anybody that's ever pulled out there, that left turn is very problematic looking back to the right or to the west. There's a cut bank there that very limits your visibility. You don't have the required intersection sight distance, so we would want to work with Mr. Davis. And obviously, there's an existing problem there today. We would want to be a partner in that particular aspect of the improvement to, if not obtain intersection sight distance, certainly get more sight distance than is there now, and certainly meet the minimum. It doesn't even meet the minimum requirement now, so we would definitely want to improve that to get to the minimum and hopefully even get above and beyond that.
Does Mr. Davis own either parcel on either side of Black's Ferry?
No.
Okay, so I'm confused. How can he cut into that bank or go down we only have so much right of way. There's not enough right of way to cut that bank across.
That's correct. We would need to, and this is an existing problem today, so I would think the county would work with that property owner, much like we do with any property owner that's for a public improvement project, and work with them to acquire whatever necessary easements or right-of-way necessary to obtain that line of sight.
At his expense?
What I would propose, certainly it's this body's choosing, but there's no question that, there's an existing problem there today. If this body wanted to, I would recommend what I think would be fair and equitable would be to do a turning movement count there, estimate what Mr. Davis trips would bring to that intersection, and essentially prorate it based on, okay, these are the number of lefts there today versus the number of lefts he's creating or would estimate to be created, and then split that up to where it would be an equitable share, because there's no question there's an existing problem today. And we would also look for TDOT to possibly be a partner, because Emory Road State Route also.
Yeah, on the east side, you've got Southland Communities Incorporated, I don't know who that is, that own the sort of the swale. And then on the west side, you've got Corey Davidson or Andrew Davidson. Obviously, you know, those are that's a much smaller parcel. We went through this, just to give a little bit of context. I was probably one of the ones who had one of those quotes, because I remember this distinctly. I wasn't going to call you out. No, you can go. That's fine. Call me out. I you know, stand behind my words. But I remember when the development was being proposed. I don't know exactly the name of it. But it's right next to Northampton Commons, and there was a lot of discussion about the connectivity to Northampton Commons, and it all came down to Carpenter Road, and really Carpenter Road was the decision point, because we knew they couldn't go to Black's Ferry because that intersection was and still is dangerous, and they couldn't go into the back of Northampton because Carpenter Road was, you know, barely wide enough to get a truck down, much less anything else. And I voted against that, because I said you can't create a safety issue, even if there's one there now, and you can't create another one on top of that. Subsequently, just up Carpenter Road, I'm pretty sure, Mr. Davis, you had another development up the road from that. I don't know what the name of it is. Do you it's up just up the way.
Yes, sir, Dorchester, and we've
Dorchester, okay.
And we've since widened Carpenter.
Yeah, and part of the
made improvements there.
condition was you cannot, Knox County won't allow you to have plots. We won't give you plots to sell until you fix the road.
Correct, yes, sir.
And to the specs by engineering, you fix the road, it came down. Now Carpenter and Harold Road is a huge TDOT project that will be done sometime between now and when all of us expire, because it's TDOT. But it is in the works, and it's understanding. So there's a precedence for creating a road. I think now what all of this is boiling down to is 1 unit an acre with no improvements to the intersection, or 4 units an acre with improvement to the intersection at some point. I bring up Carpenter Road because that one is an example of where we said you cannot have plotted land, you can't have plots to sell until the improvement is done first. So you asked about the timeline, there is a condition where you can put that in of you have to do this before you do that.
Yes, sir.
So now we're getting into the balancing act of, do you go down this road or do you go down that road? You can't ask a private industry to foot a public infrastructure with 1 unit an acre, because it just doesn't matter, and they'll just go, the money doesn't work. It's just too different. So that's where the 4 and the 1, and this is where you kind of have to pick a path. I hate this intersection. I hate this whole section of road. I wish we would widen the whole thing and make it all safer, and we could spend a lot of money on it, but we don't have the money to do that. So I don't know. I'll yield for this point. To hear other commissioners. I'm struggling with which way to go, and it's hard for me to. I don't know. It's hard.
Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Davis, how many acres is this?
7.99, so almost 8 acres.
So you're asking for 28 to 30 units?
32, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the current ag zoning is directly related in the rural conservation place type, and this is the rural conservation place type. And in my opinion, that conforms in both scale and form to development that's in the current area. 3.9 acres has slopes of 25% and less. So the requested density could be clustered And 4 then looks more like 6 to 7 dwelling units per acre, and then it doesn't conform. Just wanted to mention that not clustering can be a condition per Director Moyers. So just putting that out there. I hate this road too. I'm with Commissioner Jay. I mean, I've driven it so many times. I don't let my children drive on this road. I just don't like it. This is really tough. Yeah, that's all I got.
Are there any other questions or comments? This is tough. If you all will recall when it was presented to us again the first one was just not even on my radar. Go ahead,
I just
please.
want to clarify for the record that, and I apologize, it was in April and lots happened since then, that the case was heard by planning. It did go to planning commission, but it was postponed at the meeting. And I don't remember the exact details related to that postponement, but I know there was a lot of discussion around Blacks Ferry Road. So I just want to clarify that for the record.
And it was not postponed.
And my recollection is a little fuzzy, but I think the applicant had requested postponement at the meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Davis?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. We requested postponement because the recommendation was when we came back and said, look, we're willing to make the improvements that you all have requested and hopefully take care of an existing problem that we all know is there. We can help correct that problem working with county engineering and working with TDOT. We know there's a problem there now. And by meeting with staff and saying we would agree to widen Blacks Ferry Road and work on the site distance, that's when we postponed it and then came back and reapplied. Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Thank you. Quickly, please.
I know, but this can be truly life and death. This is every part of it. There's so many dangerous roads in the county, but we're talking about two problems. One, turning on to Emory from Blacks Ferry. That is incredibly bad. And Mr. Snowden in that meeting in 2020 said that, that he didn't think that maybe the state that would be something even possible to do.
I understand.
So that's one issue. But you add in, it's Blacks Ferry itself with the blind curve. If y'all haven't driven it, y'all have no idea. It is a very sharp blind curve and a blind hill on the other side.
Okay.
And we're talking about doing it after development is done, and that's a significant risk to the people who live on this narrow road. When we're not even talking about getting out to Emory at that point, and we're still waiting on Carpenter and
Okay,
Harrell.
understood. Thank you, Ms. Welch. Thank you. Before I begin, does anyone have any questions or comments? All right.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many people live on that road? Do you know?
Acreage and, there are not a ton of people. It is a very rural road with farms or homes that have been there forever.
Thank you. That's it.
Maybe 63 compared to Anderson County. Total.
It looks like there's about 30 homesteads to where Blacks Ferry makes a turn, and probably another 50 homesteads to where it hits, Kate Road at the Anderson County line. So maybe 100 homes.
I will. All right. I
Madam
was
Chair.
looking at the homesteads from Emory actually to the development, which is exactly 0.4 miles up Emory Road. So it is it's definitely closer to the Emory Road side than the development beyond it.
Madam Chair, could I ask one more question?
Certainly.
Mr. Davis, would you still be interested in doing this project if it was just one house per acre?
No, ma'am, no, it's not feasible.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? When Knox County Commission was first made aware of this, it was a month ago when it was brought to us. And at that point, I had requested postponement because the developer had not spoken to any of the neighbors. So since that time, Mr. Dossi, as he stated, opened his home and invited myself and the developer and neighbors to come in. I have to tell you, it's probably the first community meeting I've attended where the seller was actually there too, which is one of the neighbors, which spoke volumes on both directions. You know, the reasons that he was needing to sell and other factors involved. So I did appreciate the civility which everyone acted and the ability to reach out and agree or not, at least see the other's point of view. So that's very much appreciated. This is again, this is one of these situations where we're being worn out between the old plan and the new. This was filed under the old plan, barely, but it was. So that does allow for this type of density. I spoke at length, the Mr. Dossey's property, who's right next door, whose home we were in, sits up higher than the property in question. So the concerns about basically wanting to protect your view, Mr. Dossey, which is certainly understandable. I mean, it's beautiful. It's beautiful out there. Was not something that appeared to could be alleviated by asking for lesser density. Any way you cut it, that property was going to be torn into, or not torn into, but it was going to be developed. So as far as the desire of the immediate property owners about just not wanting to see and view something there, I got the strong impression there really was no in-between on that. If I was misled, I certainly would like to know, but the Mr. Dossey and Ms. Welch, who are the most affected property owners, were both of them going to have that property no longer what it has been, whether there was 2 homes an acre, 3 homes, or 4 homes an acre. That's just fact of the matter. So based on that, and based on the fact that it was under the old plan, which I freely admit I'm not happy about, I did in fact hear everything that was said about this property, and to nobody's surprise, I did email all of you involved this morning what my proposal was going to be. It's one of these situations where you're going to have both sides mad at you, and that's just kind of the result of it. So I welcome the fact that the commission can kick in on this. My motion is to approve the recommendation from Planning Commission at 4 per acre with the following 3 conditions: that the developer widen the road from midpoint of his development all the way to Emory Road to a minimum of 20 feet. And that also includes, and Mr. Snowden, I'll have to ask you, I know it's just recently been re-asphalted yeah, I don't know if you would feel like that was a condition that needed to occur or not, but the developing and the striping, so basically that 4/10 of a mile would need to become a new wide, safe road. Condition number 2, a traffic study will be done at the expense of Knox County, and improvements for Blacks Ferry Emery intersection will be prorated in cost between the developer and Knox County, possibly the DOT, although I recognize we don't have any control over them, but recognizing as the community recognizes, and even as Mr. Davis said, that there's some real sight distance problems at that intersection that will need to be addressed. And this was actually something that I was assisted with Mr. Snowden in writing this up, because that is a horrible intersection. It's bad now. If we add cars to it, it's not going to be any more bad. It's just bad. So that will need to be corrected. And the third condition, typically in developments like this, there is a landscaping buffer required. Certainly that needs to be required in this too. However, my condition is that it is on all 4 sides of the property instead of normally the 3 sides of the property, because you'll see the odd shape in this, how it surrounds a home on both sides, and that home is certainly will be suffering from having this development surrounding them. So 4 sides of the area, 4 sides of the total development to be landscaped according to requirements that could certainly be set up in the development and concept plan. So that is my proposal. I'm not real excited about it. I do feel that it is something that can certainly be allowed, and I will quite honestly tell you, I'm pretty desperate to get that road fixed. And if the best we can do right now is 0.4 mile of it, it's probably more than we'll have before. Ms. Welch, I did hear your very valid questions, and I might ask Mr. Snowden if you could address those as far as if this condition is passed, when would be appropriate times to ask for the road widening and fixing the intersection. I know sometimes I hear it's better to do it at the end after construction and trucks are completed. Other times it's a requirement ahead of time, like Carpenter Road was. What's your thought on that?
I would recommend that prior to platting, that's when, lots are created to where, typically when you're grading, once they bring equipment in, that equipment stays there. So there's not like a lot of equipment coming and going. However, when you pull lots and start building building homes, that's when you have concrete trucks and a lot of other traffic. If it was, I guess, my opinion, my recommendation would be prior to the platting of any lots. Essentially, it's one plot, it's one lot now. Prior to any platting of any lots, I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with the grading of the property, because once the equipment gets there, there isn't a lot of traffic typically associated with that. But I would want to see it done prior to the creation of the 30 or so many lots that would be ultimately created.
All right, thank you. So I would certainly propose that as recommended by our Director of Engineering. The outcome, although it certainly does not satisfy these neighbors directly surrounded by it, and I get that it doesn't, for the greater good, it would be a benefit to the Kearns community. So that's my motion. Commissioner Daly, have a second on that? Thank you. All right, now, is there any discussion? Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you have 4 conditions then, because the last condition is that no construction will begin until Steel Road is complete, or excuse me, Steel Road, geez.
Till Black Ferry.
Black's Ferry Pike is completed, including the intersection at Black's Ferry and Emery.
Is that what I hear you asking, recommending, Commissioner, or Director Snowden?
That would be my recommendation, yes, ma'am.
All right. Yes, sir, that would be correct. That would
Okay, so
also
4
be the
conditions.
Fourth condition. All right. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, let's have a roll call on this, please.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Schoonmaker? Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
No.
Commissioner Beeler? Commissioner Daly? Commissioner Jay? Commissioner Frazier?
No.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Durrett is out. Commissioner Oster?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-4. Mr.
Again,
Davis?
thank you all for your time, and commissioners, thank you for your service. Thank you.
For those of you neighbors that are here, I will, it's not going to be anytime soon. I don't think that the study and the results will occur on Emery Road, so this isn't anything that was going to happen very quickly. Next item, please.
Item number 15, 7-G-24-RZ is a request of Benjamin C. Mullins for rezoning from RA low-density residential to PR planned residential up to 12 dwelling units per acre, property located at 717 West Governor John Sevier Highway, parcel ID 137013 in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. The applicant is?
I'm still here.
All right. Would you give your
Ben
name?
Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
Thank you. And is there any opposition to this item? Who? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Director Brooks, if you'd read the recommendation, please.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve PR Plan Residential Zone with a density of up to 8 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and surrounding conditions subject to 2 conditions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mullins, you'll have 5 minutes to address your project.
Thank you, Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. This is on John Sevier, just a little bit east of its intersection with Chapman Highway. It is in the urban growth area. The place type on this is suburban residential, which allows considerations of up to 12 dwelling units an acre. This property is 9.9 acres. However, you see there's a large portion of it that is constrained by a TVA power line easement that really can't be developed. There's also a blue line stream there. It's on the Governor John Sevier Highway, which is a scenic highway, which means for 1,000 feet from that, buildings can't get more than 35 feet tall, which is an issue for the development that we're planning here. It's also the John Sevier Scenic Corridor requires that there be a 50-foot vegetative buffer along that frontage that can't be disturbed except for the access. We asked originally for 12 units an acre because that was what the place type would allow, and we didn't have a development plan in place. Planning staff came back and recommended that to be 8 units an acre, which we accepted and was approved unanimously. But since that time, we have been working with an engineer to get a development plan in place, and tonight we are asking for that density to be reduced to 4 dwelling units an acre, which is really what's in line with what's out there. There's RA zoning to the north, which allows, at 10,000 minimum square foot lots, 4.35 units an acre. There's PR to the south at 5 dwelling units an acre. So we believe the 4 dwelling units an acre will, and we're intending to have single-family residential on there. That will meet the intent and allow us to have a reasonable development. We've talked to the neighbors to the north, and we're allowing easement so they can, the sewer that we'll be running to our property will be allowed to be extended to the properties there on Charlene Lane. They don't have sewer right now, and we're able to accommodate them with that. There's also areas that we will have to grade in order to make the development work, especially how it's constrained with the vegetative buffer from the corridor and from the TVA easement, but we were willing to replace that with a type C screening buffer. I spoke to Mr. Anderson, I believe he's back here. We traded voicemail messages earlier this week. He owns the large lot that is there to the west. You'll see the little triangle there along West Governor John Sevier Highway. It looks like that there might be some overlap in his property, what has been maintained, and ours. And I just talked to him tonight. We're willing to work with him on making sure that area gets screened and we move forward with the development plan. Since this is PR, a development plan will have to go back through Planning Commission. So with all of that, we'd ask that you approve at 4 dwelling units an acre, subject to the 2 conditions that planning staff had and Planning Commission had recommended. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Opposition? I have Mr. Fox has signed up, is the only name I have down. Is there anyone else? And is he still here? Okay. Is there any opposition? Sir, would you like to come up and identify yourself? And is anyone else wanting to speak? Seeing none, sir, you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Gary Becker. I live at 834 Donahue Lane, Knoxville, 37920. It's the subdivision directly across John Sevier on 168 called Wells Creek. When I am traveling west on John Sevier to turn into our subdivision, you get into the passing or the turning lane. The oncoming traffic is coming up a hill, and within about 160 feet is about, you're just barely seeing cars coming over the hill to get into the left-hand lane. They were going to have a turn-in lane at about 300 feet from there, from our entrance, and I don't see how I'm going to be able to make a left-hand turn when I'm going to have a car coming directly at me, coming up that hill, trying to make a left-hand turn into the other side. Last week, I almost got hit twice by sitting there in that lane, waiting to make the left-hand turn, and a car comes around the car trying to turn right and comes into the turning lane that they shouldn't be going into. They should be waiting for the cars to go there. But if you add another driveway on that side, I don't see how you're going to be able to make a left-hand turn there without getting hit. And I'd like to have somebody go out there and take a look at what you're proposing there without having any kind of extra lane there for turning.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Daly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Snowden, will this require a of course, it's TDOT. Do you think there'll be a right-hand in there?
At 4 dwelling units an acre, it may not trip the warrant, but, I mean, we can make a request to TDOT. Because I see this gentleman's question. I mean, down at Marashi, it's a problem. There's high-speed traffic. So I doubt it would trip the warrant, but it's something I think that TDOT typically, even though the warrant's not met, does like to see, and we can certainly recommend that they do so as part of our engineering review, because I do think it is beneficial just due to the speed of traffic on John Sevier.
whoever the next chairman is of this county commission, please try your best to put John Sevier Highway on the TPO list. Because if we can get John Sevier on the TPO list, it can be widened to 4 lanes with a medium, and we will solve this. Right now, it's 3 lanes with a center turning lane that is a passing lane. While you're traveling east or west, it's also a passing lane if somebody was turning to the right or left. That's the issue. It's stupidity. You can't fix stupid, no matter what we try. You can't fix stupid on that. But we can fix it if we get TDOT to put it up, get the TPO to put it up. John Sevier from Alco Highway to Chapman Highway, 80% of the traffic travels through there. 80%. And they can do, now at John Sevier at Alco Highway, there's no stop signs. You just keep on going. We could do the same thing at Chapman Highway if TDOT will do that. I understand your concerns. I live on Government Farm Road. I travel up there all the time. When I turn right into Government Farm Road, they're passing me in the left-hand lane, in the turning lane all the time. There's nothing new. Mr. Mullins, thank you for the sewer easement, your property. Also, I'm going to make the motion the way that I would like to see it, okay? I'd like to make a motion to approve PR at 4 units per acre with the Class C screening on the north boundary, that's at the subdivision, and on the west boundary, which is Mr. Anderson's property, that you work with him to do some type of screening. I'm not going to say Class C or whatever, but some type of screening on Mr. Anderson's property. Okay?
We have a motion to approve with conditions already stated by Daley, a second by Schoon, by Lee.
I just have a quick question.
Certainly, Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you. So Knox Planning's 2 conditions are going to be part of your motion plus 2 additional conditions? So it's a total of 4 conditions?
Correct. The other conditions are the 50-foot no disturbance buffer, and hold on a second here.
And preserving the 50-foot tree buffer and the 35-foot
correct
height, plus the 2 that you just said. So we got a total of 4 conditions.
Correct. Thank you very much.
Commissioner. Sir, hold on just a moment. If you'd like to address us, you're welcome to come forward and you'll be recognized. While he's coming, though, Commissioner Frazier, you had a question?
I just had a quick question. Director Snowden, do you think that a traffic signal is indicated at Dick Ford Lane?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. A traffic signal where, ma'am? I'm sorry.
At Dick Ford Lane.
It's grade separated. There's a bridge over Dick Ford there, so I wouldn't believe that they would need to be any additional traffic control.
Thank you.
Hi, Ken Nelson, 807 West Governor John Sevier Highway. I just want to make a clarification. It wasn't Anderson it was not my last name, it's Nelson. So just to make sure it got written in correctly. Thank you. Oh, no, that's okay.
All right, Commissioner Ward.
Mr. Mullins, is this project still viable at 4 units?
Yes, we have a preliminary concept plan laid out at 4 units an acre, and so that's the reason we're asking for it. Thank you.
Seeing no other lights on, we have a proper motion and second on the floor with total 4 conditions mentioned. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck with your project. Next item.
Item number 16, 2-E-24-RZ is a request of Benjamin C. Mullins for rezoning from A agricultural to PR planned residential up to 2 dwelling units per acre. Property is located at 2600 West Gallagher Ferry Road, parcel ID 116020 in the 6th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
I am Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street.
Thank you. And is there opposition present? Thank you. Director Brooks, your recommendation, planning's recommendation?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve PR Planned Residential Zone up to 1 dwelling unit per acre, subject to the condition that the applicant comply with the Clinch River, Tennessee Scenic River boundary as described in Tennessee Code annotated 11-13-108 by a vote of 8 to 5.
Thank you. Commissioner Mullins, I will give you 6 minutes to speak since I see 3 people lined up in opposition.
Thank you, and I'll be brief in my opening comments and reserve the rest until after I hear opposition. This is in the rural area of the growth policy plan. We initially need a plan amendment, but with the Advanced Knox Future Land Use Map Plan, it is rural living place type where PR is partially related for up to 2 dwelling units an acre. Interesting, PR is not directly related to any of the place types in the future land use map, but no plan amendment is needed now. Planning, we initially asked for 2 units an acre because under the old growth policy plan, that was what would have been allowed. Staff recommended 1 dwelling unit an acre. We are here tonight asking that this be approved at planned residential at 0.5 dwelling units an acre. It's currently zoned agriculture. It's a 112-acre site. Agriculture requires a 1 acre minimum lot, but there is a potential development density of 112 units an acre under the current zoning. We're asking that to be PR at 0.5 units an acre. That'll allow us the flexibility to have some smaller lots and that to actually kind of move that around on the property where it is more likely to be developed and reduce the development potential overall. The planned residential zone is specifically intended to help creative design plans for environmental constraints, and this property does have some environmental constraints. We understand even at that density, a traffic impact analysis would be required and that there would be likely significant traffic improvements on West Gallagher Ferry all the way down to Hickory Creek. We also know that whoever develops this property ultimately will need to bring sewer to it and improve the water. So there's lots of issues with this, but we're looking at trying to come up with a zoning that would be respectful to the community, respectful to the rural nature of the community. At 0.5 units an acre, it certainly still would be considered rural, and but allow someone to really put some intentionality into the design of this project. So we would ask for approval at 0.5, and I'll reserve the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Daniel Sanders, 920 Volunteer Landing, 37915. Earlier, we handed out a letter. Attached to that letter, there's a couple of attachments. One is an engineering survey from our engineer that we have here. Another is there are several petitions that we have accumulated, and then the last part is part of the comprehensive plan that talks about physical impact. But first, I'd like our engineer to step up here. This is Alan Parham. He's a traffic engineer, licensed in the state of Tennessee.
All right.
Well, I would like to say good evening, but it's almost good night, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And please restate your name and address, please,
yes,
sir.
My name is Alan Parham. My address is 253 South Peters Road, Knoxville, 37923. I'm an engineer that have been practicing in traffic engineering for almost 40 years, and I have an extensive background in roadway safety, roadway design, traffic signal design, etc. I was asked to look at this roadway and see if it would accommodate some development and what the current status of it is. This is my research shows that, and it's in the report, that this road was built about 100 years ago, and it was a farm road. And what has happened is a lot of these roads is that it's been developed into, it's paved, and some people come in and have bought bigger lots in recent decades. And it's just kind of evolved, and into a developed area, somewhat developed, lightly developed. But the problem is that it was never designed. It was never designed to be a road that carries the traffic it does today. And some of the things I want to point out that's problematic on it, as we've heard other ones here today talking about lane widths. This only has 17.6 foot lane travel way, and that's split in two, so 8.8. A large truck, such as a trash truck, a fire truck, they're 8 feet wide. So there's no way to go around some of these sharp curves or over some of these hills safely. When I was out there, I was noticing a lot of people were, because they were shying away from the edge, because the edge drops off. Massive issue with pavement edge drop-offs. And what doesn't drop off there, it drops into a ditch, or it drops off into an embankment, or you have a lot of utility poles, trees, and some oversized mailboxes out through there that can be hazardous. But it's so some dangerous as it is now to put even as Mr. Mullins has gone to one house every 2 acres. That's a quarter of what's in my report, and I also did it at 1 every acre. But that would still be another 500 trips, and you've got 850 trips out there now. This is not a low-volume road. Low-volume roads stop at 400 vehicles per day. So this was going to bring this up to 1,200 vehicles per day. And you've got people they can't accommodate this. It's a dangerous situation. Obviously, being an engineer, I'm all for development, but as a traffic engineer, my first concern is for public safety. And I've done a lot of crash reconstruction over the last 20 years, and I know that the features that are here are the tripping mechanisms that cause a lot of crashes. I see, and you can go out there and you can look and you can see where people have worn the yellow lines out. The pavement is crumbling off because there's not enough support.
Wrap it up, please.
Thank you. I didn't notice the clock. Anyway, that's I just think there's a big problem with it, and I don't recommend it for traffic safety purposes.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Bob Morris, 2930 West Gallagher Ferry Road, so I'm a neighbor. I'm also a licensed engineer, civil engineer in the state of Tennessee. Been doing land development and economic development for almost 50 years, even though I look much younger. I know it's been a long night. I appreciate you listening in. Our only hope here, I think, is that all the previous approvals you've had, MPC, has been unanimous in recommending to. This one is 8-5 at MPC. So we were all there at MPC. There was a lot of issues. I know they've addressed some of them in this particular proposal, but we're still against the development for the traffic safety reasons mainly. So I'm not really here talking as an engineer. We hired the engineer to do that, but I am here as having lived out there for 38 years, my wife and I. There's about 30 houses out there when we first started. This road is 3 miles long, a dead-end road that's 3 miles long. Now, that's not approved by the county engineer these days, but that's what we're living with. So this development is about a mile into that. And the road between Hickory Creek Road, which is the arterial road, excuse me, and the development is about a mile, and it's curves, solid curves. Some of them are 90-degree curves, some of them are S curves. They're all vertical curves, horizontal curves combined. So it's, as the engineer said, it's not a safe road. We've had our mailbox destroyed about 12 times over the time we've been out there because of the narrowness of the road. One time was a school bus because, again, it's narrow. We had a real good school bus driver for a while. I mean, he could pass you doing 30 miles an hour and you wouldn't even know it. The current ones aren't quite that good. I think he retired. So we had a garbage truck about a year ago that was coming Monday's garbage day. So he's coming down the road, meeting a truck. He got off too far on the side of the road into a ditch, leaned it over, overcorrected, and ended up sideways, blocking the whole road. We're on a dead-end road. It took half a day to get 2 big wreckers, I mean big wreckers, to haul that garbage truck all the way out to Hickory Creek to put it on flatbeds to haul it off. So we've got issues out there. We've had cars ran through our fence and into the woods because they ran off the road. In February, there was an SUV down in the woods. It's just, there's numerous occasions where the road and the people don't coexist. because it's 30 miles an hour, limit on that road. It's a rural area. We've got 4 horse farms on that road. ATV traffic is approved, being below 30 miles an hour. So you got a lot of ATV traffic going around blind curves on the road, and some of them are young kids. They don't understand what 30 miles an hour means in an ATV, so they're flying. But because we have the horse farms, and from this particular development, for the remaining 2 miles of the road, all frontage on one side of the road and partially on the other is on Melton Hill Reservoir. So why do I mention the horse farms and the lake access? Because that means horse trailers and boat trailers. And with the sharp curves and an 8.5-foot trailer on the road, they cannot track in their own lane. I don't care how good a driver you are. They're going to cross over into oncoming traffic. So, there's a variety of reasons here. The neighbors, we're all against it. The land developer, I understand he's trying to make a buck, but he's an absentee owner, and we live on the Melton Hill and on the West Gallagher Ferry. We're going to have to live with the impacts after he's long gone. So for that reason, we really urge you to deny this request. And I hope, Terry, and I hope, Kim, that you stand up for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and if I may just sort of wrap up here.
Yes, sir. Hold on, was there anyone else that wanted to speak? All right, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
As I said, we distributed a letter. Although this is a sparsely populated community, it's a dead-end road, it's several farms, they've been able to collect 750 plus signatures. And I can tell you, I don't know exactly how they did that.
I don't either.
But I can tell you that community opposition is a perfectly valid place that this community can rely in order to deny a request. You are legislators, and you can't be faulted for doing the bidding of your constituents. And I think your constituents here are speaking loud and clear. They don't want this development. And so there's an option other than develop at 0.5 or 1 or 2. The other option is do nothing, right? And maybe this property sits for a little bit longer. I can tell you that it appears to be a land speculator involved here. It appears that Mr. Wheeler purchased this property back in 2007. At that time, it was subdivided already into larger lots. But in 2001, Mr. Wheeler came before the Planning Commission and re-subdivided to combine all of those larger lots into one lot. And so what you have now is a piece of property that's zoned agriculture, and the developer is telling you something, right? The developer's telling you that it's not time to develop this property as an agriculturally zoned piece of property because of the lay of the land, whatever. But I can tell you the last thing that we attached to our letter, and if you will turn to that now, is a part of your new comprehensive plan. We have paid good money for an outfit out of Urban 3. It's out of Asheville, North Carolina. And they developed a physical impact study of the way that we do development in the county. And this is a picture on page 4 of that physical impact memo. This is a picture of what it looks like to do development the way that you've been doing it in Knox County for the past 20 plus years. This number is negative $20 million, and that's an annual figure for developments like this, the sprawling suburban type development that you permit throughout the county. And this is a piece of property that's on the far edge of the county, right across I guess that's Roane County, right across the river there. This is also why developments like this is also why you have to split a $20 million capital budget 9 ways, and you can't get the bare minimum things you need to get done in your own district. You need to say no to this type of development. You need to incentivize speculative development dollars to go elsewhere, closer to centers of population, closer to existing transportation infrastructure, so that you don't essentially subsidize development and make the taxpayers, the next page on this shows you how in the negative each one of these development patterns is. And this one will be somewhere between $3,100 and $12,000 annually for the county if it's approved. You have to answer the question, how are you going to make up the difference? You know this is a negative, a loser for the county. It's baked into the comprehensive plan now. You need to answer the question, how are you willing to pay for this? Are you willing to raise taxes to pay for Mr. Wheeler's development? Are you willing to cut services to other county residents? Are you willing to incur debt? Because there's only so many ways you can do it.
Please wrap it up, sir.
We ask that you deny this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mullins, I don't remember exactly how much time
I
you
had 3 minutes and 59 seconds.
Oh, thank you.
Just briefly, it's currently zoned ag now, which would allow 1 unit an acre. And a creative engineer could come in there and lay out 1 unit an acre on that property as it sits. But, it's not something you're going to farm. It is kind of like Rocky Top. It's probably too rocky for corn. Certainly it's too steep. The only thing you really do in the agricultural realm for that property is to log it, and I don't think anybody wants to see logging trucks going up and down that property either. I do take issue with referring to Mr. Wheeler as a land speculator or an absentee owner. Mr. Wheeler is actually here, or was. Oh, back there. He is a Knox County resident. He did buy this property with the intent of potentially maybe living on it himself, and then decided no, that he didn't want to do that, and now is looking to try to look at what its development potential may be. And asking for 0.5 units an acre is eminently reasonable when you look at what is already out there. It's adjacent to RA zoning on Geneva Road, which allows, that's 4.35 units an acre. Covered Bridge does has access directly to Hickory Creek, but it is adjacent to it as well at PR at 1.8 units an acre. But we could have saved Mr. Parnham the time. We know it's a bad road. It's a bad road. It needs improving. And even if this doesn't trip the normal 700 trips per day for a traffic impact analysis, Article 2 of the Traffic Impact Analysis Guidelines does give Director Brooks and Director Snowden the ability to require traffic impact analysis regardless. Now, we don't know if there's going to be a development plan that comes forward on this with 56 units or 10 units. The 0.5 doesn't change the traffic. It doesn't add any impact to it. That only happens once it's developed, and there'll have to be a development plan moving forward. And then we'll address how do we improve the road that's already bad now. We know it's already bad now, but it needs to be improved. Now, maybe somebody will argue they don't want to improve the road, even though Mr. Parnham is talking about how unsafe it is, because that might open it up to more development. This is on the first third of that that dead end road, and the roads do get significantly more narrow the further you travel down West Gallagher. I think the road width there averages, there might be some pinch points at 16, 17 feet, but most of it appears to be around 18 feet until you get past this property. So whatever improvements need to be made, we'll work with county engineering, whoever that developer is. Mr. Wheeler doesn't intend to develop it. But whoever has to come forward with a development plan will need to work with the county about improving the roads to make sense for what development is intended for that property. And so all we're asking for is permission to incentivize someone to look at really coming up with a plan that makes sense, that allows them to see, all right, it's going to cost a lot of money to run the sewer down West Gallagher about 6,000 feet to Hickory Creek and improve the water line. It's going to cost a lot of money to improve that road. So you're looking at, even at the 0.5 units an acre, a pretty high-end development that would be very respectful and in line and compatible with what's already developed there. So we do think it makes sense. It does meet the plans, the advanced Knox plans with the growth policy plan and the place types that we have spent so much time and money doing. It is compatible with what we have assigned to that property at rural living, and so we're just asking that the zoning be compatible with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Snowden, how much does it cost to improve a mile of road similar to this? I mean, on a hill with drop-offs, widening it to a proper two-lane road?
I mean, it's a rough guess, but I'd say somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,000 a foot.
Okay, do the math for me then per mile.
I mean, 5 million a mile, or 5.3 million a mile. And that's probably, that number's probably a little high, but I think that's in the ballpark. It's time you design and procure the right of way and construct it and install the necessary safety features.
Okay. Mr. Mullins, does the owner have any connection point in any way, shape, or form to Covered Bridge? Any
No.
lots, any properties, any adjacents, any ownership, any family members with ownership?
It couldn't be done even if you had those things. Covered bridge is deed restricted, so where they cannot access from the property through. And I've got a copy of the deed restrictions here, and I've shared them with Chair Lady Hill. It has been deed restricted, so no one can use their lots for access to another. So couldn't come through Covered Bridge even if we wanted to.
Okay. I can't see how it's feasible in any way, shape, and form, even as it is, much less as it's proposed. I mean, I went out and drove this area. I agree with every bit of your discussion about the road. This is not an adequate road as it is, much less what it would need to be. You're talking about almost a mile and a half, give or take, mile 0.2 to mile 0.4, give or take, to the property. You know, $7 million for a road plus sewer. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense even at half a unit an acre. I mean, I can just do the rough development math, and I mean, unless I'm missing something, I don't do it. All that being said, I'd rather see it as half a unit an acre than because right now you can use it as 1 unit an acre. I'd rather see it half the density, given all of that, than where it is today. So I'm struggling on this one. Leaving it as is, I can't see how it works, but it's worse for your neighborhood to be at, 1 unit an acre, which is what they could do today. So I'm gonna listen to the other commissioners here for a minute, but I just can't figure out how to do the math on it.
And the math may not work, and it may, the only thing we accomplished today may be changing the color on the map. But without that color on the map being changed, somebody to look at, what can I do with that, knowing what's going to have to be spent, and,
But you couldn't even do you couldn't do 1 unit an acre, because again, even if you did that, I mean, your sunk costs are $10 million before you walk in the door. Easy.
It would, whatever is developed there would be very high end to make it work, absolutely.
And while I love to see roads improved, and it's a whopper. Anyway, I'm going to sit back and listen for a minute.
Commissioner Frazier?
Mr. Sanders, did you have a comment?
So Jim Snowden explained this a moment ago. When you have a road improvement like this, it's not the development, you're not conditioning this on, I've heard nothing about conditioning the improvement of the road on this development or making it a developer-funded improvement. What you're going to see, I said, Jim explained this a minute ago, what you'll see is some sort of traffic analysis that will gauge trips versus increased trips, and they'll split the cost with the developer somewhere. The county is going to have to partner with this developer to make that improvement. And that's where you get into increasing taxes on people to fund this type of development. It's a subsidy when you do it. And that's how you get into a $20 million annual deficit on your land use economics.
So the current ag zoning, for me, aligns in form and character with existing development. I prefer it because it's more restrictive than the rural up to 2 in the growth plan, and it maintains lot sizes at 1 acre. The magnitude of improvements, I think we've all said this, to the roads and the utilities that this would require, we have to look at the significant impact on the existing residents as well. I mean, there will be right-of-ways, construction, utilities coming in. Utilities are present for the original intended use of the parcel, which was maybe 1 or a few single-family homes. the topography limits the options for road improvements, and the existing roads are what we typically see in rural areas. This road is not on our improvement list, and that is why I personally fought to keep this rural in our growth plan. That's the type of lifestyle people want on this road. So I know you're asking for PR, which, as it was pointed out, we have proven that it's the most fiscally negative type of development in the county. And so for that reason and the other reasons that we've discussed, I just think it would be irresponsible to support this.
I failed to mention one particular item. You in your infinite wisdom and MPC in their infinite wisdom have already approved ball homes to develop about 80 home sites at the entrance to our road on West Galler Ferry and Hickory Creek. Again, in your infinite wisdom, rather than having the access to those 80 homes on Hickory Creek, which is an arterial road, their access is on our road, on the rural West Galler Ferry. So you're already dumping 80 new homes onto our road, and now you're proposing even more. So that just aggravates the traffic count. That was one item I forgot to mention that you should know. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are you, Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Chair. This is a fitting last one for me. Mr. Mullins, you and I have a great relationship. You can sit down. I'm just making a statement. You and I have a great relationship. You know I love you. I love you, and I'm done tonight after this even. This will be my last zoning. And I am probably the most pro-development guy on the board. This one I don't see. I'm sorry. This one's tough. I don't see how this works. I'm a numbers guy. I don't see how the numbers make any sense as a builder. I mean, that road is awful. It really is terrible. We send our guys down that road at like the ass crack of dawn just so there's no other traffic on the road, just so we are safe as possible and that you can see cars coming from the other side so you can see their headlights because it is so many blind weaving turns. I mean, for me to even feel comfortable, you'd have to try to widen it. You'd try to have to straighten it. You have to put up guardrails. You have to drag the water besides the sewer. And I mean, you're talking, what, 7, 8 million, 10 million maybe. It's a rough terrain developing that site and trying to move. I mean, it's none of my business to tell the owner how to spend their money, but I mean, you're building $5 million houses out there just to try to recoup the initial investment of building the infrastructure. I just don't see how it's worth the effort. I say, hey, buy land on, was that Jonavie, I can't say that word, and connect it over that way. But I just don't see how this is a smart play. I'm all for developers paying for road improvements versus the taxpayer paying for it. I think that's always a great idea. I just don't see how this makes any sense in any shape or form. And like I said, I'm usually for this kind of stuff, but this one is a head scratcher. And usually when I don't understand it means it's probably not a good thing, in my opinion, especially in a realm where I know a lot about this kind of stuff. So I just don't get this one.
Any other questions, comments? Did you, Commissioner Frazier, have anything to say?
I was just looking for pigs to fly.
Yeah,
That's all.
she's speechless. She doesn't know what to do with herself right now. This is my goodbye present to you. Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. This has been proposed for several months. Thank you, Mr. Mullins and Mr. Weaver, for agreeing to a community meeting on that. And boy, did we have a community meeting on that. It was probably one of the more contentious ones that Kim and I had ever been a part of. And a lot of opinions, a lot of emotions at this meeting. I don't disagree with anything anybody said on this. In so many ways, I think the zoning that holds, which is the ag at 1 per acre, makes total sense. If you have seen the property or had the advantage to be taken on and about it, it's just, there are so few areas on this property that could even hardly be imagined to be developed, although the absolute beautiful part of it is at the very top. But just the cost to run utilities up there, that's before you even look at the road, just on the property itself would just be unimaginable. I did confirm through Covered Bridge that their covenants do restrict any type of access coming in the back way. I did also confirm with West Knox Utility that even if they could get in there, which they cannot, that they do not, they would not concur with it's just known as a cross-country that they do. I believe they call it cross-country, where they come off of a little access somewhere and then supply water to another development. So the reason I am going to support this is because we can, in fact, and will, in fact, require a traffic study, which not only has the petitioner agreed to, but I'm going to require and also know that that our Director of Planning or Engineering can automatically trigger it, whether it's requested or not. We have already heard our Director of Engineering say that honestly, nothing short of improving the whole distance would be even acceptable. And to everyone's point, of all the roads this truly is around the worst of the worst. And if a developer wants to come in and spend the millions of dollars that it would take to even begin to make this financially feasible, the most that could be developed, even if that wildest thing occurred, I think we estimated could be perhaps 40 homes, and that's stretching it. I mean, that is stretching it. I do this because I have a very difficult time restricting a man who owns 112 acres from having some flexibility with his property. But I so comfortably do this knowing that if in the further stretch something were to happen on this property, that it would benefit every homeowner in front of it because of the extent, I mean the serious extent of road improvements that would be required. I mean, Mr. Snowden, could you address that? Am I even in the ballpark here about the type of road improvement that would be required if any development would occur on this property?
Yeah, it would have to be a very small number of units for us not to require some level of safety improvement, and certainly at the density that's proposed or the potential number of lots that would be garnered from it, it would require significant improvements. So I don't see an opportunity here for, they would just be very challenging. Yeah, sorry, it's getting late.
That's all right. And to address a comment made by by Mr. Sanders, where he noted that that this ultimately would fall on us, the taxpayer, because we come in and agree to pay for this part or that part. In fact, I'm guessing that's not really an accurate statement. If you condition things to be done, that is, in fact, on the developer. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah. I mean, the distinction, like with Carpenter Road, is that's an existing county road that has deficient sight distance now, that but-for standard we talk about from time to time. You know, the county, under no circumstances, with the current land use out there, wouldn't improve this road. So from my perspective, my recommendation would be that the county would not participate in any kind of cost share with this developer for this development.
All right, and another conversation that we also had, because I had some concerns about inroads around this, as if the property were to be subdivided in an effort to somehow skirt the intent of this commission, which is that that road would in fact fall on the developer. Would you share your response to that?
Sure, yeah, and the minimum subdivision regs say that anytime you create a public street or subdivide more than six lots, it has to come in front of Planning Commission through the concept plan phase, which at that point, then we would, have a, per se, a bite at that apple to make sure that those necessary safety improvements were contemplated and implemented.
All right. So for all those reasons stated, and I go back to really what I stated at the community meeting that we had, that the costs involved in trying to do any of this, I personally cannot imagine a developer even wanting to undertake. But if in fact they did, it's still, even if in fact they did, the density would be extremely, extremely low, and the community benefit to the road, all the homes in front of that, which would be a road that would fix everything that you don't like, I think would absolutely be worth the trade-off. So my motion is to approve with the absolute condition that any development on that property will automatically trigger a traffic study. So that's my motion.
Approve what?
Pardon? Oh, yes, planning, or the ask of 0.5 per acre. So thank you for that clarification. That is my motion. Do I not have a second on this? Very well, then I will go back to the original. Well, I don't even have to make a motion then, do I?
There's a motion. You go ahead.
I'll be
Just
happy
a
to make a
motion
motion
to
to deny 2E24RZ.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to deny from Schoonmaker, second from Frazier. Is there any further discussion?
If I could, Chair. Just so everybody, a lot of you might be here for the first time tonight. What Commissioner Hill's trying to do is a good thing. What she's trying to do is a good thing. I understand exactly where she's coming from. Instead of you, the taxpayers, paying $10+ million to make that road safe, she wants to put on the developer. It's a very good idea. So I don't want you guys to be upset in any ways, because I like the idea. I liked where she was going with it. I would have structured it a little bit differently personally. That's why I didn't second it. But the intent behind it was a loving, positive intent for Commissioner Hill. But I think the commission has said that this isn't. We don't think this is a great idea in general. I don't think Commissioner Hill thinks it's a great idea in general. I think it's a great idea when somebody else pays $10 million to develop it. So I want to make sure there's some clarification, because I heard some grumblings, but she's trying to help you. Just know that she's trying to help you. It just sounds weird the way we're trying to structure everything up here. So, but thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, there's a motion and a second on the floor to deny. All those in favor? All right. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we have to have a recall on one that was not present. Yes.
Item number 2, 7-A-24-RZ is a request of Magnolia Capital Group LLC for rezoning from PR Planned Residential up to 3 dwelling units per acre to PR Planned Residential up to 7 dwelling units per acre, property located at 0 East Governor John Sevier Highway, parcel ID 125-00508 in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Madam Chair, I do not see the applicant. I did talk to him personally and also the Realtor, and I don't see the Realtor here either.
All right, well.
So we'll move that one to
September zoning meeting.
what about 17?
17 was deferred till September.
That's what?
Oh, it was deferred.
It's past the 90 days though, isn't it, Law Director? Number 17? I know. Yeah, we're going to defer that number 1. Motion to defer number 1 to September meeting.
Number 2, yes.
Yeah, or number 2.
All right, so are you asking
He was asking about number 17.
17?
Yeah, before we adjourn, what about 17? I thought they only had like 90, what does our rule state?
To September. Deferred to September at request of applicant.
I'm pretty sure our rule state that they have 90 days. He tried for September.
It does.
And he missed the deadline. We missed the deadline for the zoning meeting in September, so it had to be heard in August. So it would be heard. Is that not correct?
If I may, I believe Mr.
I'm at a
Valiant,
disadvantage because I don't have the initial,
I believe I'm familiar with this one, Madam Chair, if I may. I believe
hold on,
Mr. Valiant
hold on,
wrote,
everybody, hold on.
I believe Mr. Valiant wrote a letter stating that because of our rules change to have the zoning meeting the 3rd week instead of the 4th week, that his original request, actually, the September meeting fell 119 days from his original request.
Thank you,
That
thank
is
you for
correct
that
by the
reminder.
calendar.
He absolutely did do that, yeah. The initial defer date was within the 120 days, and it was our change of the scheduling of our zoning meetings, moving them a week earlier, that caused them to be out of compliance. So that is not the fault of the applicant. So,
Yeah, well,
oh, I'm sorry, okay, on the number 2, that will be deferred. I don't think we need a motion to defer, no.
no, it's an automatic move.
Yeah, yeah.
It's automatic.
All right, one more thing before you all leave, please. Those of you that are returning in September, I have with me a list of committees that you currently serve on and a blank that I'm asking you to please return at our regular meeting next Monday. I will have Drew compile these requests, and they will be available for whoever the new chair is to begin at our reorganization meeting. So if you are a returning commissioner, please take one of these, and please remember to bring it back to the meeting.
Motion to adjourn?
We are adjourned.
Grab your stuff.